Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. I call to order the meeting of the Manassas Park Governing Body for September 7th, 2021. Per advice from City Attorney, we will return to reading an opening statement as long as the hybrid meeting model is utilized. And that statement reads, per the General Assembly's approval of the Governor's amendments to the biennial budget, the governing body may now meet electronically without a quorum actually assembled in a single location and without the in-person governing body members voting on the participation of those who are remoting in. The following benchmarks for the meeting this evening have been met. First, the governor has declared a state of emergency for the current COVID-19 pandemic in accordance with Section 44-146.17 of the Code of Virginia. Second, the prevalence of the Delta variant of COVID-19 in Northern Virginia makes it impractical or potentially unsafe for the governing body to assemble in a single location, and guidance from state and federal. Therefore, the governing body will meet with various members participating electronically through GoToMeeting. Third, the meeting is to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the governing body. Fourth, the governing body will make available a recording or transcript of the meeting on its website in accordance with Section 2.2-3707 of the Code of Virginia. Fifth, notice has been and will continue to be provided to the public using available methods. Lastly, we have made and will continue to make arrangements for public access through electronic means, including the ability to comment. Participating electronically is Vice Mayor Preston Banks. Those participating in person are Councilmember Yessi Amaya, Councilmember Laura Hampton, Councilmember Alana Mensing, Councilmember Darrell Moore, Councilmember Hasib Javed is expected, and Mayor Jeanette Rischel. Okay, moving on to approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Okay, next we have a moment of silence. Please join us, and Councilmember Amaya, would you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next we have public comment time. There will be two opportunities to speak publicly this evening. First, there will be general public comment time, and then there will be a public hearing. But now is general public comment time. We have one gentleman signed up to make public comment, Mr. Doyle. Forgive me, is your last name Doyle or your first name?
First name Doyle, last name Christian.
Okay, Mr. Christian, thank you.
I've been up here on this subject before, and everybody, for the police, it's parking on my street. Before I left the house, I counted 11 vehicles, no city stickers. And the parking is from renters. Houses have 6 adults, 4 kids in it. Where's the kids sleeping in a 3-bedroom home? I know the city told me, well, we can't do anything to make the family. But ain't there a law saying the kids need to have room for themselves? You figure 8, just say 7. 11 people in a 3-bedroom house, something gotta be done. Y'all gotta look at the kids part there too. I'm trying to bunch it all together. I know I'm on the timeline. But parking, like I said, parking, boats, trailers, they gotta go. I told the city council today I'll start a false rumor saying the officers going to start writing tickets. You know what they start doing? they put them in the driveway. I had to start something where clean some of the streets off, but after a couple of weeks, they put them back out on the street. They figure, I don't see no tickets. But the city got to do something. Instead of driving down the streets with a blind eye, with blinders on. Oh, we don't see that. Come on. Instead of making that big money, yes, I know how much everybody makes, do something. I'm paying $350 per 100. And like I said, I can put my tags on my other house in North Carolina and pay 65 cents per 100. If there ain't nothing gonna happen, and have North Carolina tax. It's plain and simple. And one more thing really gets me. Somebody up here was telling a big fat lie. I got two 80-year-old couples down the street from me. She can hardly walk. Between her and her husband, 21 pills a day. She can't even get a handicap sign. She's got handicap placard in her car. And they told her, we never heard of it. And I said, that's a lie, because when Mom lived with me, she had Manassas Park put a handicap for her. The lady up the street, she has passed away, God bless her soul. She had a handicap. So anything can be done? I'm paying big bucks in taxes. Y'all work for me.
Sir, you have 30 seconds to go there.
I live at 120 Alpine.
No, your time limit.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a 3-minute time limit.
Yeah, that's what I said. Unfortunately, 3 minutes ain't enough. But something needs to be done. Please tell me. You know, like you said, I can switch my tags to North Carolina and ain't nothing going to happen. I save me all kinds of money. You know, I got a 19 Ford Escape, a 20 Ford Escape, and a 20 Charger. So I can save me all kinds of money. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Please let me know if something can be done.
Thank you for your comments. Have we received anything via email or text or any other comments to be read out loud publicly? Laszlo?
I don't receive.
Okay.
Is
I don't
Lana
see
here?
Lena, but we probably do not. Is there anyone who has not signed up to make public comment, but who would still like to make public comment? Seeing no one and hearing no one, we will move on. Excuse me. The next is a public hearing. The purpose is for a zoning ordinance text amendment, ZOTA number 21-02, regarding commercial vehicles parking in residential and agricultural districts. I declare the public hearing open.
Preston, can you see that?
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, members of the governing body. For the record, I am Michelle Berry, the planning and zoning administrator for the city. We do have an ordinance before you that kind of touches upon the comment from the citizen that we just heard from. This is actually the zoning ordinance component of this amendment to address commercial vehicle parking, and specifically in the zoning ordinance in residential and agricultural districts. In your agenda item, there is a companion amendment for the city code, which is going to be presented to you at a later date. However, they are related and there's reference back and forth the definition, so it has been incorporated into this agenda item. And it will be limiting or prohibiting, I'll just say, I think it's easier to say prohibiting parking from 8 p.m. And
8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Right. So
It's reverse. It should be 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Yeah.
because I thought I looked at this.
Just hit escape.
Yes. When I change it to limiting, prohibiting. Right, correct. Okay. Sorry about that.
Just
So thank you for letting me correct that on the spot. So it's basically in the evening from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. In the morning. And this is going, as a companion amendment, that's going to regulate parking on street. The zoning ordinance, of course, regulates private property. And so this is a companion amendment that will allow you to park certain vehicles on your residential property, or if you're in a multifamily dwelling within the designated parking areas of your community. Well, first let's go to the A1 district, which is the agricultural district. We wanted to make a distinction about the type of vehicles that would be permitted in these two different zones. We really only have 4 properties zoned A1, so this has limited applicability. However, we did change the ordinance to differentiate between the type of vehicles and what we would expect in this district. So as you can see on there, it'll be a boat less than 32 feet in length, a farm tractor, a farm utility vehicle, a semi-trailer, or a trailer. The farm vehicles are defined in the zoning ordinance text amendment. The other 2 that are listed there are defined by reference to the upcoming amendment to section 2451. 4 of those A1 zone properties are currently vacant. The one that is developed is actually the surface parking lot for the VRE station. So this does have very limited applicability right now. Okay, for the residential districts that we're applying this proposed amendment to, it's the R1, which is single family, R2, which is multifamily, the planned unit development residential, and then the mixed use downtown zoning districts. And the MUD is in the area that we are now, and we did rezone several properties as part of the redevelopment you're seeing here. And what we're proposing as part of this amendment is to allow no more than 2 of the various types of vehicles associated with a dwelling. And as we define it in zoning ordinance, we deem it to be an accessory use. And the specific vehicles we're talking about is a commercial vehicle that has a weight of less than 9,000 pounds, a large non-commercial vehicle with a weight of less than 15,000 pounds, a recreational vehicle that has a weight of less than 15 pounds, and a watercraft with a weight of less than 15 pounds, as well as a semi-trailer and trailer. Those are all defined. Some come quickly as when you're visualizing them, but there are a few that I wanted to go over, especially the commercial vehicle examples. We have all these in our definition of commercial vehicle. That does include a trash truck, semi-trailer, a dump truck. I will tell you though that those are over the 9,000 pound limit that we're listing, so they're automatically disqualified from parking on your property. But we are listing that as a defined commercial vehicle. It can be also construction equipment, food trucks, any kind of taxi, bus, or limousine, a vehicle with any kind of business logo on it, and then any truck or vehicle carrying construction equipment, And then finally, they call them panel vans, vans that don't have any side windows, just the front drivers. We usually see them for any kind of construction person or contractor uses those type of vehicles regularly. And of course, that would also apply with for any that have equipment racks on the top. So that would already also be deemed a commercial vehicle. Now, as you see in the definitions, all of them go by weight. We will have to look at that, and Gene has actually drafted this ordinance, so he has defined weight pretty specifically, and it's actually kind of a list of how we can go about finding the definitions if they're easily available and going to each different type of finding a weight classification if the first one is not available. The gross weight of a vehicle as registered with the State Department of Motor Vehicles, so the DMV. You'd be surprised that is a bit hard to find. But they may have it, and so we can look for it there. The second, if that's not available, would be manufacturer specifications for the vehicle. And actually, they usually go by gross vehicle weight, which is a little different than how just weight in general for register with the DMV is. But that just gives us another opportunity to identify a weight classification. And then finally, the empty weight of a vehicle when as registered with the DMV, if that's possible. So I just took a clip from the weight classifications from the Department of, it's the Federal Highway Administration Vehicle Classification. This is just a little excerpt, but you can see the type of vehicles. It goes up to, I believe, 7 or 8 classes. And there's weight limitations in that blue line. It's not showing up too well on the screen, but you see that a passenger vehicle is about 6,000 pounds or less. There are some minivans that go up to 10,000 pounds in the second line, which would be class 2. You have class 3, which could be a small delivery truck or a minibus, and perhaps a walk-in vehicle, and that class is from 10,000 to 14,000 pounds. So again, the commercial vehicle is eliminating to 9, so there really is just a few vehicles that we're really allowing to be parked on residential property. And then I wanted to highlight the important aspects of where they can be parked. They have to be on paved surface, so either a driveway or a designated parking area is really, the practical way of where it's going to be parked. And then we do put in recreational vehicles or any other type of that vehicle. So we also wanted to prohibit living, cooking, sleeping, and other occupancy to make sure that nobody's doing that. We have had a few complaints about that, so it is important to have that restriction in the ordinance. Okay. Lastly, I want to talk about nonconformities. The section that this is actually replacing, section 31-32B, talks about recreational vehicles and where they can be parked currently. In our current ordinance, it's really a first and the best approach, and it kind of goes down to whether or not you have that availability on your property. But they are currently allowed to be parked in your rear and side yard, and it does not have to be on a paved surface. So when you adopt this or approve this ordinance, these vehicles, you can see a boat on the side yard, and I wanted to try to zoom in on the trailer here. Those are technically going to be legally non-conforming after this is adopted, which means they can remain there. Now, I'm assuming that we cannot classify them as a inoperable vehicle. I don't think we can see the tags, so unless we can see those and they're expired, that's how we would try to say it's inoperable. But that type of information is not visible from the street. So without that, they can remain because we do have that in our current ordinance. They can't be moved technically, but I think from a violation standpoint, we would really like to see it moved for several months. If they really go on vacation and return it 2 weeks later, I think we're gonna have a hard time convincing the court that that they lost their non-conforming status and can remain. So, but we will try to document these and make sure we issue any kind of violations appropriately. But this is a very important aspect of this code that, sometimes they're not visually appealing, but we don't have the legal authority to get rid of them that are in compliance today. And then finally, the Planning Commission on August 11th, 2021, this past month, did approve, recommended approval to the governing body of this zoning ordinance text amendment. And staff is also recommending to the governing body approval as well. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mickey. Are there any governing body questions? Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I think it's more like a point of something to clarify in my mind. The parking lot where the VRE is considered agricultural, correct? So that means folks can't leave their work vans, which I've seen a couple times when I take the VRE in the morning, they can't leave it overnight. Is that how it reads, or they can stay there?
8 to 8.
Well, technically, I mean,
Well, they're not supposed to be leaving them there overnight anyway. The VRE is supposed to be policing that. I don't think they're allowed to stay there overnight. But since this is an A1, you're right, they would be commercial vehicles from 8 to 8. They wouldn't be able to park there.
Okay.
But we'd have to get someone to let us know.
Right.
When we have the downtown garage and other parking, we're going to be more aggressively enforcing overnight parking in our downtown and make sure they're not taking up commercial spaces. So at that point, maybe we can coordinate a little bit more with the VRE for that surface lot as well if people are abusing that.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up? Okay. Any other questions?
Yes. Just for the public and for people here, can you define what on-street and off-street, what the difference is?
Sure.
Yeah.
On-street parking is basically parking on the road, on the side of the road. And then off-street means not on the street, so either you're on your property.
So driveway.
Yeah, driveway, or sometimes it is grass, but yes, parking on your the property that you own. So that is the difference. Thank you. That's
But not blocking the sidewalk.
correct. I mean, they have to be parked appropriately without blocking any kind of public way. And no, you're not allowed to park on the grass either. That is a violation. So, but people do tend to do that. We're trying to actively enforce that. So yes, that is the distinction.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I got one more follow-up. For the HOA managed properties, would this apply to those areas as well?
Okay.
So can I just clarify that if the HOA currently restricts parking in the driveway, that this will basically tell them that they cannot anymore?
No.
Oh, so this is kind of the baseline. So the HOA can do whatever they want above and beyond this as long as it's in the covenants.
Gotcha. Okay.
But they can't do less than what the city law says.
Okay. So they can still restrict.
Yes.
The way I think about it is they can further restrict
Gotcha.
what the zoning ordinance says. They can't do less.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember?
No,
Jordan?
those are all.
Okay, let's not forget about Preston. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any questions?
Hi, yeah, I have a few questions. Mickey, thank you for the presentation and especially the weight vehicle examples. That was informative. My question is, I'm thinking, we just heard during citizens' time Mr. Doyle speak, and I think he mentioned amongst his concerns, one of them was the trailers parked on the street. We're allowing for trailers only 2, right?
Parking off-street, this is all on your property, up to just 2 trailers, or any, combination of what's permitted. So a trailer cannot, well, it hasn't been adopted yet, but there is going to be some restriction of on-street parking in the future. But we're talking specifically for parking on your property in the driveway, only up to 2.
Okay, got it. And boats, I was reading, it said under special circumstances, boats are permitted to park in the front yard?
No, that's how our zoning ordinance currently reads. We are amending that section in its entirety. That's why it was important to show the track changes to see what was previously there and what we're proposing. A boat is considered a recreational vehicle as defined by referencing back this other amendment to the city code for parking of vehicles, and that would also, you would be able to park it on a paved surface in your driveway, essentially, and you could have no other than one more commercial vehicle.
Okay, so this will change, I think it's section 31-15, where it mentions under single family districts or
Okay, I'm sorry, we lost the tail end of your comment there.
Oh, so this will change section 31-15 in regards to parking a boat in the front yard.
3115, parking in the front yard.
You mean, okay, so here's 3115. Give me, so permitted vehicles, so we no longer allow boats.
Correct, so that part is stricken, and it references what you can park under the accessory use section, which is those permitted commercial vehicles. That boat language is getting stricken. But it's still allowing you to park a boat, but now it has to be on a paved surface, i.e. driveway.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Preston. Any other questions?
I got one
Yes.
more. So the folks understand, what's the definition of a paved driveway? Does it have to be something solid?
Yes.
Okay, so no gravel with,
No.
okay. And then I was just thinking, one of the offshoots that we might have from this is more folks putting driveways in. Mm-hmm. So as a preventive measure, should we educate residents about the process to get a driveway put in?
Yeah, we could certainly incorporate that. That might be a good step to do with this companion amendment to 2451, because that's when I think they'll want to have the driveways installed. But I think the reason that we're not moving forward with other city amendments, we still have a lot of planning to do. So yes, and we do have a process for driveway approval, and we do have restrictions on the width. It can be no more than 20 feet wide or 20% of your front yard, whichever is greater, of the width of your front yard.
So you're saying when we start advertising, if the code is adopted, to make sure that we add instructions if you're interested in adding a driveway, here are the steps to do
Right. I think some of that preventive measure up front will kind of reduce some of the phone calls that Mickey and the rest of us will get.
Right, yes, and everybody has to cut if they don't have a driveway apron now, and a lot of people don't who aren't, don't put in a drive, they have to get a curb cut permit. So we do actually have a deposit, if you will, I believe it's $300, where they don't get that money back until somebody from the city inspects it to make sure it meets our standards, and then they get refunded that money. because they are cutting into public property. And so we do have Mark go out and inspect that, or our street crew, just to make sure it meets standards.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
What is the timeline for the companion amendment?
Yeah, so the goal would be at the next meeting, we bring an agenda item with the companion and then an agenda item with this one. So for requesting approval, but you can keep debating it for as long as you guys want. Yeah.
But will this still be voted on at the next regularly scheduled meeting?
It's your discretion. We'll bring this and the other item to be voted on. We wanted to include the companion memo as part of tonight's public hearing, just so that, again, the public has a chance to look at that one as well before we bring that to you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it for questions. Okay. Is there anyone in the public who would like to make public comment? Okay, seeing no one and hearing no one, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mickey. Okay, moving on. Next is a resolution honoring the life and the contributions of retired City of Manassas Park Police Chief John D. Fenner for his outstanding service to the city and to public safety. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park was deeply saddened by the death of retired Chief of Police John D. Fenner, who passed away on Wednesday, August 25th, 2021, at the age of 63. And whereas John D. Fenner was hired as a police officer on September 28th, 1979, rose through the ranks and was promoted to lieutenant on March 1st, 1987, and later appointed as Chief of Police on April 1st, 2000. Whereas Chief John Fenner faithfully served our city for over 22 years until his retirement in 2002. Whereas Chief John Fenner worked tirelessly to ensure that officers received the best possible training and equipment in an effort to improve law enforcement services and public safety throughout the community. And whereas Chief John Fenner's service to the public was given with such devotion that he earned the respect, admiration, and friendship of many citizens within our community through his professional leadership and dedication. And whereas Chief John Fenner's honorable service, positive attitude, and dedication to his family, friends, co-workers, and our community should be recognized and celebrated. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes Chief John Fenner's many accomplishments and contributions to our city and its citizens, and hereby express our deep appreciation for his dedicated years of service to this community and extend to his family our sincere sympathy upon his passing. Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to July 4th after action review.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the governing body. I think a couple of sessions back, you all have requested to get a back brief on how July 4th went, particularly in some of the areas that we could improve on. So with me tonight is Lauren Luck, marketing manager, as well as Caitlin Collier. She's the lead planner for the event. They're on the phone, and they'll be helping me kind of back review on how it went. So, just like any big, city event that we do, we usually conduct an after-action review, and we did just that on July 8th, literally the same week of the event. That was an effort that involved every single department, every players that were involved in the planning and execution of the event. And, we talked about for several hours, identifying key improvements in really all aspects of it, from the planning to the execution, resourcing, and redeployment. Many of the comments, as you can imagine, are operational in nature. So for purposes of this briefing, I'll just kind of highlight the big ticket items, the high level points. From a sentiment, atmospheric perspective, we got really favorable feedback from the residents. They thought the fireworks was really good. We did start earlier than usual. Typically, we start somewhere around 9:20, 9:25. I think we started around 9:15 this time. One of the concern has always been if you start earlier, it might affect the quality of the show because of the brightness. However, that was not the case. And it also helped us out that when we started earlier, we had ample time to sort of demob on the back end. So that was really wow. That's something we might consider doing again next year or in the future. Additionally, I know one of the vendors was a big talking point, a big issue this time around. However, of the few vendors that we did have show up, they were a lot more responsive and transparent, which makes dealing with them on the front end a lot smoother and safer. We did identify some mechanism to kind of make sure that the vendors show up like they should for next time. So we do have some mechanism identified, and we're going to implement those to make sure that we're a little bit more responsive on that front. Additionally, if you recall, back in 2019, we had the firing point or firing line on the multi-purpose field. I think it was a soccer field on the left-hand side of the park. We moved it to the softball field this time around just because, for security reasons, as well as we thought that it might provide a better vantage point for the show. We were correct. The fireworks was great. We were able to control that access point a lot better because of the natural barrier that was there. So I think, that was a good takeaway that we're going to try to implement again next year. In terms of the attendance rate, we estimated roughly 2,000 for attendance. This is the first event we did coming back from COVID, so we kind of expected a big crowd. The weather was beautiful, so that helped. I'll let Caitlin and Lauren kind of brief more on that. In terms of some of the key lesson learned, obviously the food trucks was a big issue. We heard about it when we were down at the site. We heard it during the AAR. That's something that we took to heart. Going forward, just to provide some more context, we did reach out to a lot of vendors initially, but because of COVID uncertainty, there weren't a lot of commitment, and we really couldn't hold them, when the time comes. So we had several that dropped out at the last minute, and that really contributed to the issue we experienced. Moving forward, hopefully with COVID now sort of, not as much an issue, we hope to kind of reach out to vendors earlier, not just in terms of volume, but also in terms of diversity of different type of vendors, and sort of working some of those mechanisms that I mentioned to make sure that they're going to show up when they should. So, hopefully we'll have the food trucks issue resolved going forward. We also identified really key points in 3 areas: public notifications, public engagement, and amenities. For public notifications, we identified that we could probably use a couple more speakers, as well as light towers to make egress a little bit easier, a little bit safer. At the end of the big event, the challenge has always been to get people out as quick and as safe as possible. Having more lighting, having more speakers to make those announcements will help make that go smoother. Additionally, from a public engagement perspective, we're going to try to implement or integrate mobile technology, mobile apps, QR codes for things like bathroom plans, parking plans, wayfinding signage, so that folks can, come in and can access it and know where to go and how to get there. And then lastly, for some of the amenities, I know I mentioned the food vendor earlier. We did identify that we could use more porta-johns, as well as reassessing the no bags policy. I think that was one of the main criticism we got from this past event. That was partly due to COVID. I think as we go forward, we'll kind of reassess that point, particularly for nursing mothers that need to bring their bags with them. And then lastly, this is an ongoing point that we identify every time. We'll try to bring in additional entertainment sources in the future in conjunction with our downtown development, things for events that are kids friendly, maybe music and entertainment, that type of thing, to make the event more than just a fireworks show. With that, any question on that particular piece before I turn over sort of the marketing side of the AAR?
Any questions?
I have a question. Do we have a database of the vendors we're currently using, and how are we reaching out to new ones?
So I believe, Caitlin, can you take that question?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So we currently have a database. Amelia Powell, she's our customer service supervisor. She reaches out to them every year. Our issue this year was that so many of them either had gone under due to COVID or they just weren't able to kind of front those funds in advance. So we plan to again reach out to these people as they said that they wanted to participate the following year. But I also do plan to reach out to even more to expand the database as a whole.
Okay, one more question. You were saying that we wanted maybe to do more vendors. Are we planning on creating a space for other vendors to come in other than food trucks?
Yeah, so I can talk about that. So the long-term plan, as we get the downtown up and running, is we'll explore kind of an all-day festival as well. So music here in the downtown, beer tents, vendors here, but also in the park, in Sinkhole Park, bouncy equipment, kind of kids play and additional kind of beer garden, kind of make it more of a full day activity throughout the city and then advertise the fireworks at night as well.
Okay.
But again, we want the kind of the product here in the downtown to kind of, again, to keep promoting and getting people to here. The city used to do some more of that stuff as well in the park. Our goal is to kind of get back to that as well, but make sure we have enough big enough of a draw to make it worthwhile, possibly even making some money.
Okay, thank you.
And then specific to the park itself, we also identified other locations within the park that we're going to strategically place food vendors so that folks don't have to just all go to one point. So we did identify that.
Okay. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Keith. So how many food trucks did show up that day?
Two.
Oh,
It was one food truck and then one ice cream truck. So technically two, really only one food.
And I see on the presentation, we talk about more diversity. So how are they selected? Do we just invite anyone and everyone who wants to show up, or is there a selection process?
Okay.
So we currently, the ones that we've had for the past, I would say probably 5 or 6 years, they've honestly have always come. So we try to have multiple different types. So like we've had Chinese food in the past, we've had the carnival food, ice cream, and we try to only have one type of food at a time, so then that way it's not too much competition. So that's usually they seek us out. That's how it's been in the past. However, this year I am going to try and be a little bit more proactive in finding others who are interested, and then I would then get their contact information, and then Amelia, who controls the contracts and everything, would then kind of step in, and then they would go with her to get it completed.
And Caitlin, I understand several dropped out. Do we charge any kind of deposit or anything for the food vendors just to make sure that they are going to keep up their contractual obligations so they just don't no-show, and then maybe refund the deposit? Do we require any kind of deposit or anything from them at the beginning?
So usually, yes. The moment that they fill out their application, they go ahead and pay the fee. I don't exactly remember the fee off the top of my head right this moment, but they can pay either the one-day event fee, which is for July 4th, or if they would like to work with us with other events, then they can pay a larger amount to do more events. But usually they pay it right then and there when they first sign up.
Okay. And I guess my last question was on the porta potties. How many porta potties did we have?
They were scattered.
We had 6.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Caitlin.
6?
We had 6 total porta potties. So we do 4 regular and 2 handicap portable restrooms.
And we're trying to bump that up with the population of 2,000 to next year. What would be our goal?
I would guess to me about at least 10 would be the goal.
That's good.
As with our new location, we've also been able to open up the pavilion, which has restrooms in it as well. So that's opened up more restrooms. So while we had the same amount of portable restrooms, we were able to open up the pavilion bathrooms this year, which we're not typically able to do because that area is more blocked off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So for the 2 vendors who did not show up, may we assume that they lost their deposit?
Yes, they did.
They did. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any questions?
Questions? Thank you for the presentation.
I actually have a.
Yes, go ahead.
As far as entertainment, I know that in Fairfax City, of course, they have the benefit of their local symphony. Could we, before the downtown comes up and running, could we leverage the band at the high school? I mean, it's nice, cheap entertainment.
Just have some music set up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can identify, yeah.
I mean, many moons ago, that's back in the days of Costello Park, we had a band that would play in the afternoon. Granted, it was country music, but it was a band. The other thing I wanted to bring up is there is an association, DC Food Trucks Association. I don't know if there's one like that in Virginia, but that is a great source of the food trucks. And having been one that frequented those food trucks working in DC, there's all sorts. I mean, everything from Cuban, which is my favorite, by the way, a nice, good Puerto Rican one, another one of my favorites, to crepes. I mean, if you think of it, they have it. Even some of the commercial fast food joints even have their own food trucks. So that's just another source of some names and possible vendors to come in.
And we usually have more. Again, this was the odd year. Yeah. And we have to be concerned not to put too many until we make sure we have a big enough crowd, because we don't want them not to actually lose money that day, and then they're not interested in doing business in our city. So
but I'm just giving
it's a
you
tough balancing act.
A source of other additional ways to find food vendors.
Yeah, Councilmember.
I forgot to mention, Keith, the fireworks show was unbelievable.
Yes.
It was amazing. It was a great fireworks show.
That was a different vendor than the one we used.
We should stick with them. They did a great show.
They
I
did.
could actually see it from my house. Parts of it. I could hear it too.
Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my question was the amount that we pay to the vendors, is it just for the fireworks show, or does it encompass the porta potties, the food trucks, the fireworks show, and everything?
Not the food trucks. So they pay us, the food trucks.
Okay.
The porta johns and the fireworks vendor are an expenditure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so the deposit doesn't come to the city, it'll go to the vendor that's online right now.
No,
The food truck deposits.
No, they would pay us a deposit to reserve a space.
the city.
I see. So there's 2 separate, I'm just trying to understand, the amount that we paid last year was for a certain amount of food trucks?
No, we don't pay anything for the food trucks.
Oh, they're gonna pay us
They
whatever.
want to sell,
I
so
see.
we open up slots for the food trucks. They're there to make money, so we don't have to kind of subsidize them.
Yeah.
And then technically we could make money off of meals taxes and other things as well. So, so they pay us to be there, but we do have to pay for the porta johns and for the fireworks vendor.
Okay.
So, and that's the biggest expense, is the fireworks.
Right.
If there's no more questions, we can move on.
I'll turn it over to Lauren to kind of talk about some of the marketing statistics, especially with the
Good evening, governing body. I'm sorry, am I okay? Just wanted to share our Facebook. We did paid advertising on Facebook. We spent almost $100 over 25 days to reach almost 24,000 people. It was in a 17-mile radius around Manassas Park. We had 670 event responses, and we basically spent 15 cents per response. So we had a great engagement. Over 1,100 people engaged our posts. We had 775 link clicks, and overall 670 event responses. So this was a very successful advertising campaign. Just want to share some of our metrics with you guys. And then on the right is what our Facebook advertisement looked like. And here's some pictures.
And then it's not in the slide, but on your desk is estimated attendance numbers since I believe 2017. And as you can see, the average is around 3,000. We usually, this year we got about 2,000. Obviously, COVID uncertainty had something to do with that. Last year we had to cancel. The year before that, roughly around 2,000. Really, the previous 3 years before 2020, we had weather that sort of affected the event slightly. One of the things that we identified during the AR is we will have a way to get a more accurate count going forward. We're still kind of work out what that mechanism look like, but it is challenging to get an accurate count when you have a large venue like that with multiple ingress points. And so we're still working that out, but we hope to be able to do that for future events, just to get more accurate data.
Thank you for getting these numbers. Through the years, it's been a popular event, and didn't want people to think that because the attendance dropped due to COVID, that was indicative of past years, because it's always been pretty popular. Yeah, so thank you. Are there any questions?
I do have a question.
Yes.
So when I drive through Manassas City, not Manassas City, but Fairfax City, in the median strip, they have signs about the upcoming, whatever event it is, their fall festival, 4th of July. Are we allowed to do that on 28 in that median strip?
Which, like our median strip?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can, absolutely.
Because that's another way of attracting more people, a cheaper, attractive way of bringing people in.
Yep.
And you just, for the most part of the day is never going to change, right? It's always going to be July 4th. So we could reuse that banner time and time again.
Yeah, the long term, we hope to, I don't know which median exactly, but southbound, when you stop at the light, there's a big median there. That's where eventually we want to propose putting a permanent structured monument sign protected so that cars don't hit it, because there used to be a sign there apparently, then cars constantly were hitting it. So we want to have a structured that as a digital screen, and then we can advertise all of our events. We can advertise our downtown as well. So that we have targeted that medium before, but we can certainly use signage there if that's
until we get the fancy sign.
Hopefully that's sooner rather than later. Yeah. So we want to get that before the downtown here over the next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
And thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 5B, Public Works Succession, Retention, and Recruitment Update.
And these are the slides that I just handed out.
Good evening, Mayor Rischel, Vice Mayor Banks, members of council, citizens, staff, and guests. I'm Calvin Odell, the Director of Community Development. The presentation tonight is an informational item, something to get the conversation started. Alan, my engineering services manager, and I have been having this discussion for a couple of years now. And we watch things unfold, and finally it's time to actually start having a real discussion about it. But we're going to talk about leadership succession, recruitment, and retention in our department. First, we're going to start with a discussion of some turnover and recruitment issues that we've been having in Public Works. This is the Engineering Services Division. Alan Rowley is the manager of that division. And under there you have water, sewer, streets, and stormwater. Stormwater also includes site inspections. In this chart, for crew, we exclude Alan because he's a desk jockey like me. But we have 16 people that we refer to as crew, and that actually includes the superintendent and the crew leaders. We have 7 positions, and they're circled in red, where we've had some what we consider unreasonable amounts of turnover. Those 7 positions, we've cycled through 17 personnel altogether in the past 5 years. That's an 8.9% annual turnover rate amongst the crew. But if you look at those individual positions, it's a 20% annual turnover rate in those specific positions. We have 7 crewmen now of those 16 with less than 3 years tenure at the city. So it's a very young crew mixed in with some very old crew, and we'll get to that later. We're going to talk about some other turnover considerations. What we think really hurts us with turnover is our entry levels. salary of $15 to $16 per hour. With the new minimum wage laws, minimum wage is going to be set at $15 an hour in the future, and we're trying to bring in utility crew at those rates.
We're also already starting to see salary pressures with that 15. So we are seeing kind of not direct competitors, but other retail establishments with jobs that are not as difficult as what the crew members have, paying, what is it, $19 an hour starting? So we cannot, and you'll see what we pay there, we just can't compete with that anymore.
And it's not that making $15 to $16 an hour isn't a decent paying entry-level job for a lot of people, but most of the time they're not faced with the unusual hours that a public works crew is faced with. Sometimes we lie and we tell people it won't be bad in the summertime, just the winter, but anybody that was hired this year has seen a pretty horrible summer for actual hours of operation. So it's hard to make plans after work. It's hard to have a family and things like that with the unusual hours. So that makes the $15 to $16 starting salary a little less tolerable. An opportunity for advancement. You know, it's no secret when you only have 16 crew positions, there's not a lot of upward mobility in the system. And that really, we sometimes will keep people for a couple years, 2 or 3 years. They don't see any promotion or advancement. They don't see any room for it, and then they're out the door. Also, the marketability after our experience, training, and certification. We require people, crewmen, to learn how to drive big equipment, to load it on and off of trailers. We require our crewmen twos to have a CDL with a tanker endorsement, because we've got so many vehicles that require a CDL to drive, and some of those have tanks on them. So we can't just have 1 or 2 people that can move those vehicles around. So, you know, you come in, you get your VDOT work zone training, you get some hazmat training, you get some hazardous spill training, you get some trench training. All of a sudden, you're a perfect candidate to go to any construction company and make a really decent wage. Recruitment has also been a pretty significant problem. We have 4 vacancies currently. 2 of those have been open for more than 6 months. It's not lack of advertisement, it's not lack of interviews, it's just lack of ability to fill those positions. We've had 5 hires within the past year, and those 5 hires have led to 3 active crewmen. So you can see some more turnover there. And those 4 vacancies, we've tried to fill them. The backflow prevention has been open for, well, I think over a year now. We're still doing interviews for that position. Recruitment considerations continued. It's again the entry-level salary of $15, $16 an hour. For our non-entry-level positions, you notice one of those vacancies is a crewman 3. You're requiring somebody to come into the city with a CDL with a tanker endorsement. You're looking for someone with experience. But if someone has a CDL with a tanker endorsement, national average for a CDL is around, I think, $80,000 a year. You can go drive big trucks and make big money if you have a CDL. So it's a hard ask to get people at our rates with the training and certifications we require. Targeting experienced recruits in our pay range has proven the most challenging. When we interview people from other public works departments and they're interested, Manassas Park's often closer, less traffic on the way to work. It's sometimes more convenient, and then we make them a starting offer, and they're not too happy with the offer because they're usually making substantially more after they have tenure in another Northern Virginia jurisdiction. Department size and lack of upward mobility is definitely a deterrent to career-minded candidates. A lot of times an experienced public works crewman from somewhere else, if they think they're in line for a superintendent position or something, they'll be happy to come on and take a chance at moving up. But they can take a look around and see how small the crew is, have a couple conversations, and figured out that there's not a lot of upward mobility available. So some of the impact reduction strategies to this recruitment and retention that we've mulled over. In order to improve recruitment, we would like to bring the entry-level salary to $19 an hour. That is where we have lost a lot of young crew to, first and second year guys who apply at Manassas or Prince William or Fairfax. That's about the range that they're starting their people at. So in order to be competitive, we'd like to have an entry-level salary in line with our neighbors. We want to focus on implementing positions from our long-term organizational structure. We were asked a couple of years ago now to put together an ideal organizational structure, just a wish list, not anything that anybody had to fund, but if we had an ideal organizational structure, what would it look like? And we brought the entire crew in on developing that, and at first it was, oh, we just need a bunch more crewmen. But after some careful consideration, what we had was a lot of middle level, mid to upper level positions, specialty positions like traffic signals technician, water meter specialist, water leak detection, and location specialist, things like that, where you need special training experience, and that garners you more money, and that also makes you, improves your career path because you're focused on a specialty area. So we want to work towards implementing some of those specialty positions to give people higher paying jobs to move into. We want to work back towards, I've been told since I began in public works in 2008 that we didn't used to have to do anything to promote someone from a crewman 1 to a crewman 2 to a crewman 3. That it was completely based on their years of experience and the certifications they achieved. Things changed drastically in 2008. We didn't have any money. It was a very bad time, and that practice went to the wayside. So we have a lot of people now that just sit at crewman 1 for years, and that really gives no reason to give salary increases other than cost of living increases. So we'd like to revisit those internal promotions. When you get a certification and you've packed on some years of experience, you should move up in the world. Continued evaluation of pay scale and COLA considerations to remain competitive. This is probably what hurt Public Works the most, was we've gone a long, long time without really evaluating what our competition is paying, and what these types of certifications and skills garner in the marketplace. We also would like to consider unfreezing of the frozen positions to allow for more use of vacation time and spread off hours work around. Every time I'm out here at 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, it's always the same crew. It's all hands on deck. And then we get to December and everybody's got their full year's worth of vacation time and they all want to take it before they lose it. So we would like to have some more crews, some more hands on deck, just to try to spread around the work and give people the ability to feel like they actually can go on vacation. Then we'll get into retirement and succession planning, because this is what's really haunting us right now. We've got all these recruitment and retention problems, and we're building a base of young crew and vacancies. And then we're about to, right now we've got an average tenure amongst our total active crew of 14.64 years. That is not bad. For an average tenure amongst a crew, almost 15 years, that's pretty good. If all the vacancies were filled right now, that would drop that tenure average down to 11 years. We have 3 personnel, and they're circled in red there. Very important personnel that all qualify for full retirement in 15 months. When those personnel retire and we fill those vacancies, the average tenure amongst our crew will drop to 6.3 years. And that's if we don't have any more turnover between now and then, which from the statistics doesn't look likely. So our tenure is going to wind up somewhere around, our average tenure around 6 years or less. Leadership succession considerations. We're going to lose some key leadership positions. In that chart, there was the superintendent of public works, there was the streets crew leader, there was a former sanitary sewer crew leader because he was no longer a crew leader because of the merging of the departments. But these are all key personnel that everyone on the crew turns to for leadership, and they know the city like the back of their hand. They know how the city, the business end of the city and the field end of the city, and we're going to lose all three of those key players. Loss of institutional knowledge. Those guys have been here through most of the infrastructure improvements at the city. So you can have water system maps, sewer system maps, storm system maps. You can think you know where your stuff's at and how it was installed. Nothing's as good as the guys that were actually there when the work was being done. That institutional knowledge is really important, especially in public works. Loss of skills and certifications. Our superintendent especially happens to be one of the best equipment operators that I've ever watched work. He gets compliments from other equipment operators all the time. He can sit behind any piece of equipment he wants. And I don't know if anybody here is familiar with what it costs to hire a good operator, but it's a pretty good paying job. And you're getting 2 or 3 positions in one. We also have a water and sewer crew person who has been running a variety of flusher trucks and camera trucks his entire career. And we have our streets crew leader that knows every signal, knows every sign, is now learning a new sign making machine, but we're going to lose a lot when we lose these guys. Loss of contacts and connections. I never really thought that this was such a big deal. But then I think back to all the late nights, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, when you're trying to fix an emergency and stores aren't open, you can't get to anything you need, you can't even get to a piece of equipment you need to rent. I'm always amazed at how some of these guys can just pick up a phone, call somebody, pull a friendly favor, and all of a sudden we're back in business. And that's not because we're a city. That's because of their personal relationships and the trust that other people have in them after an entire career of working together. There's also the factor of unpredictability of recruitment and retention. Right now, we're sort of failing at recruitment and retention. So if we knew that we were going to be able to bring in some seasoned veterans and piece back together a leadership team, we wouldn't be as concerned. But our recruitment and retention doesn't say that we can actually do that. So that's another nerve-wracking consideration with the succession issue.
You can go back to the previous slide. So the Mosby House demolition, if you remember that one. So having the experience that Calvin's talking about, that's what gave us options. So when the wall opened up and everything started spewing out and neighbors demanded something be done immediately, we had the option, because if you were out there, and I know Alana, you were out there, it was actually the public works superintendent who was driving that big vehicle, and it was very tight space, and to get the equipment in like an hour. That's kind of the options we have from this experience level as well. It gives us options to resolve these issues.
Just talk about some of the multiple impacts that are going to come from succession, from the retirement succession and from the recruitment and retention. We've got high levels of turnover plus some impending retirement. That's going to give us a short average tenure and low average levels of experience. It's going to give us a reduction in accessible leadership. It doesn't matter that somebody's not a crew leader or not a superintendent. If they've been doing the job for 30 years, everybody looks up to them as a leader. They are a de facto leader. Higher demand for standard operating procedures and off-the-job training. If you don't have all these guys with 30 plus years of experience to show the young kids how to do it, then you're going to have to send them off to special training, and you're going to have standard operating procedures in place so that you can deal with the turnover and getting people trained quickly. Reduced confidence and efficiency in operations. Confidence is certainly not an issue with our leadership right now. You give them a task, and they look at you and they say, sure, let's get it done. But that kind of goes away when you don't have all those guys with 30 plus years under their belt. There's a little hesitancy, and that causes some efficiency issues too. Right now, I see a ton of shuffling of streets crew to water operations, water crew to streets operations, water, sewer, and streets crew over to stormwater operations. It's just the way we have to do business. But when you get down to only having a few seasoned veterans on your crew and you really need leadership on an important job, that's going to make the shuffling even worse, because you're going to have to pull some experienced guys from their other duties so that you have experience on a highly important task. Impact reduction strategies, things that we've thought of to deal with this succession issue. Mirroring of personnel. We want to try to preserve and transfer some of that institutional knowledge by having personnel mirrors in some of these key positions. We want to get staff used to the notion of leadership transition. If we just have a bunch of people retire and then all of a sudden we hire people in their place, and we promote internally and we say, here's your new leadership, that's kind of rough. But giving them some time to get used to the notion, to see how it's going to play out, to become comfortable with their new leadership, that's probably a smoother transition strategy. Gives us time to do a little internal candidate evaluation as well, to see how our mirrors are actually going to perform and what holes it's going to leave when they, or if they, move up. Introduction of staff to key contacts and connections. I don't know that you can become somebody's best friend in a year of mirroring, but you certainly can shake their hand, be introduced by someone else, and that person can feel confident that their former contact is confident in your new contact. General transfer of procedure and processes, that's something that we've tried to get down in internal documentation. We've been working on that for some time because people internalize so much over 30 plus years. So we've tried to get some of that down in writing, but mirroring will offer more opportunity to transfer some of those procedures and processes from one individual to another. And evaluate skill and certification voids and opportunities. See what voids we're going to create within the crew level, and then look at what happens when we bring some new crew in and give them an opportunity. We can look at their skills, and we can see what certifications we're going to need before they're actually due. We would like to overhire to supplement the mirroring. If you really want these guys that are mirroring to focus on their mirroring, you're going to need a little extra help so that they're not just putting out fires all day and forgetting that they're supposed to be training and absorbing based on a new leadership transition. It keeps the focus on the transition and training goals by providing some operational support. It ensures that mirroring staff get exposure to some recruitment and training processes. Provides an opportunity to evaluate new staff for potential skills and certification opportunities. And that mirroring would look something like this. We would provide a mirror for the superintendent and the crew leader. Our site and stormwater crew leader has been the #2 superintendent for as long as I can remember. When the superintendent was away, Wayne was there to be the superintendent. He has a great amount of respect from all of the crew. He does a terrific job when he is the superintendent, and we would like to give him this opportunity to mirror the superintendent in this transitional period. But that's also going to leave a void in the site and stormwater crew leader position. Fortunately, we have a very talented crewman who has achieved a tremendous level of stormwater and E&S certifications, and has really improved the way we do site inspections, so we're comfortable moving Donald into the site and storm crew leader mirror position. Now this is interesting because you'll have Donald mirroring Wayne while Wayne's mirroring Chris. That's another reason for the overhire. These guys are going to have to spend a lot of time together, and it can't be putting out fires. They're going to need some hands in the field so that they can focus on the mirroring task. But moving Wayne over into the superintendent mirror and moving Donald up into the site and storm crew leader mirror. We'd also like to revisit the use of seasonal part-time help. And this came up because I do believe that most of the guys that retire are gonna miss us a little bit. And they're not gonna mind coming back to see us if we pay them. And there's probably nobody better fit to do the job than somebody that's got 30+ years of experience. So if we can get those key retirees to want to come back and earn part-time wages for operations like plowing snow and things like that, it's gonna help us out. Part-time seasonal assistance is not a new thing to Public Works. It was used many years ago. They would hire a large summertime seasonal crew to do nothing but paint curbs, clear creeks and things like that, mow grass. Provides an opportunity for seasoned veterans to work alongside young crew in key situations. You bring in a contractor to plow snow, they're not even going to talk to your existing crew. You bring in some retirees to plow snow, and all of a sudden you've got your young guys working directly along with your former leadership, and they're actually learning something. It reestablishes a model for seasonal part-time labor, and then we can look at the finances and see how that might play out beyond when we get these retirees to come back and work and expand it. And we can also test some of these part-time young guys eventually for some full-time potential. So I like the part-time model because you get, it usually happens in any agency that actually offers part-time labor. Some of those part-timers transition into full-time roles. Benefits of skill, experience, and knowledge without the contractor overhead. I like that. You know, I'm sure that our retirees are not cheap part-time labor, but I'm sure they're cheaper than contract labor. Administrative assistance. This is when you've got so many guys that have learned the budget, have learned when they have to get their crew's timesheets together, when they've got to turn in their receipts, what funds their receipts go to, and things like that. Things after a while start operating pretty smoothly and without many hitches. But when you lose those supervisors and superintendent, it's going to create an increased need for administrative assistance, administrative support in our operations. Administrative support will help managers focus on those SOPs and training initiatives that are going to be so important when our tenure drops. There's a void created in stormwater and MS4 administration with the loss of the assistant to the director. The assistant to the director was heavily funded out of the Stormwater Enterprise Fund because that was our stormwater coordinator. Since we've lost that position, we have a big void in MS4 administration, and this administrative assistant could help with those tasks. Customer-facing work request system, we're implementing a new website, as everybody here knows, and part of that is going to be links to the Asset Essentials customer-facing portal, where you can submit requests directly into our work order system. Unfortunately, though, someone is going to have to go through those requests, decide which supervisors need to look at them, and see if they garner or deserve to be turned into work orders, and then someone to make sure that the customers are getting their emails like they're supposed to from the system and following up on those work requests. The other big reason for the administrative assistant is that our operations manager currently answers phones, manages receipts, does credit card reconciliations, gathers the timesheets and enters all the timesheet data into the system, does all the record keeping. Sounds an awful lot like an administrative assistant. But our operations manager is very intelligent and talented, and she does so much. She's capable of so much more, but she's bogged down with the busy work. We really need cross-training and expenditure handling, customer service functions, timesheets, annual reporting, and those other essential functions. It doesn't do you much good if only one person knows how to do it, because you never know when that person's going to fall ill or decide to take another job somewhere else. Without cross-training, you can really be left in the lurch. Our operations manager is unable to focus on budget management and employee development, program development, and reporting due to the administrative load. We talk about this on a regular basis, but there's not much I can do because she's just incredibly loaded down with administrative work. So a lot of times we have great goals. We don't make a lot of progress on those goals because of all the busy work. Operations manager is, of all of my staff, the least able to use any personal leave due to her administrative obligations. And it really, and that aggravates me because she'll schedule vacations and then cancel them at the last minute because there's just too much stuff to do. And that to me is just not right. You know, a good employee deserves their time.
Just a note too, the operations managers are program manager for our solid waste and recycling. So anytime a customer doesn't get their trash picked up, that's who they're calling, and that person's the one interfacing with Patriot and dealing with all the con. So it's not just administrative functions, it's the actual customer service for our trash program and oversight of that program as well. Yeah, all the recycling counts as well so we have to submit how much the municipality recycles. That's a whole environmental reporting requirement as well that this person does.
And then this slide here is the financial impact of the administrative assistant. I dropped the ball on the other financial impacts. I did not understand the ask, and I ran out of time to fix it. Laszlo was not going to bring you guys numbers that were not solid. So those were pulled out, the complete financial impact of this, and I'll have to bring them back to you later. But I just didn't quite understand the total ask. And so these financial impacts are understood and I'm comfortable sharing with you. The cost of the administrative assistant in FY22, remember that this Public Works is really split out amongst the enterprise funds. So you've got a total streets cost of $5610, a fleet cost of $1402, facilities cost of $1402, and those fleet and facilities costs are really receipt and purchase management, as well as receiving, handling phone calls and directing phone calls. Water and sewer fund increase of $8,416. Stormwater increase of $8,416, and then to cover the work in the solid waste issues on the call handling there, $2,805. That's the FY22 if this person was to start January 3rd.
There's an error on the it should be 8,000. Yeah, that was, we mixed up files right now when we uploaded, so I just wanted to point that out. The total general fund increase for 22 should be the 8,416.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I changed that on mine, but then there was animation differences on the PowerPoint, so we pulled up the wrong one, but I just wanted to point that out.
Yes.
You guys have the correct one in front of you.
It stuck out to me because the whole goal was to keep it balanced across the funds. So yes, that is wrong. It's not 11,221. It's 8,416.49. The FY23 administrative assistant impacts, of course, are approximately double because it's a full year instead of a half year. The FY22 does consider them starting January 3rd, which is the first day of the pay period. So you can see they're approximately double what the FY22 impacts are. And at this point, be happy to answer any questions.
Go back to the previous slide. So please note, so we used to have the assistant to the community development director position, as Calvin mentioned before, who left. Right now, we're in the process of hiring most likely an administrative assistant who will earn much less than that position to service the development services division, which is who you saw Michelle Berry earlier, who manages planning, zoning, code enforcement, building permitting. There's administrative support necessary for there, plus Calvin and now our new transportation program manager work here at City Hall. But the public works crew also needs kind of that administrative assistance. So we are looking to try to fit in kind of 2 administrative positions, plus we'll need some additional funding. So we still have a little bit more work to do on the financial side of the house, but once we have that position there hired, we'll know kind of what the delta is, how much existing money we have, and then how much additional we would need to ask for that position. But I just wanted to point that out to you, that it's that there is going to be some extra money for that based off of the turnover that we saw from that position.
Yeah, thank you. Calvin, thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. It gives us a deeper understanding of the challenges, your staffing challenges that you're facing right now and in the near future. So thank you. Any questions?
I've got a question.
Yes.
So I have a question, and it's regarding how, like, what are the qualifications that someone needs to be in to be part of Public Works?
So to be a crewman 1, there's really no, we interview, we look for people that are physically capable of doing the work, that have some history and experience working around machinery, but no real formal education requirement other than a high school diploma. Where it gets complicated is at crewman 2 and crewman 3. Because we need to ensure that we have CDL drivers aplenty. We have a lot of big equipment that needs to mobilize, do a job all at the same time. People have to have certain level in streets, a level of IMSA, signals training. We have, like I said, every year we do trench safety training, we do hazardous spill training, we do hazmat training. So those things have to be kept up. And if you want to move up in the ranks, the real big pinch that we see is the CDL. We get a lot of applicants for crewman 2 and crewman 3 positions, and they don't have the CDL, and that's where it really kind of goes south, because the CDL does garner such a high salary on average, and we just can't afford to have only we need at least 5 to 6 individuals with CDLs so that we know there's always 2 or 3 available on any given day.
Okay, and then the backflow specialist.
Yeah, that one, the backflow prevention specialist does require a special license through the state.
Okay, thank you.
We're having difficulty with that position, also the building official. That's been advertised for now over, 8 months now at this point. So those 2 positions we're struggling with recruiting interested and qualified candidates.
I would say the stormwater side of things, we've been very fortunate. Donald has really been able to burn through his training and his tests. I've got to tell you that the stormwater plan review is one of the harder tests I've ever taken. So they don't make them easy, but the state does require you to have them. So altogether, there's 6 different certifications required to be a combined administrator in the state of Virginia. And it's not an easy task, and we'll always have to have that. We can't run our program without it. So on the stormwater side, there's a lot of competition amongst jurisdictions to get certified personnel.
And I imagine it's like any certification you do, you first get it, and then you have so many PDUs that you have to.
Yeah, and I have had and lost almost every single one of those certifications due to lack of time to get continued.
To check for the wireless card in the network, search and select Device Manager. Network
7-8 days. Right?
Verify if the wireless card appears listed.
So that's another consideration when we say.
Check if there's an exclamation point, red X, or down arrow next to its name.
These guys need time to go get their CEUs.
Any other questions? Yes.
See, the overhire is kind of equivalent to a vacant spot. So would you only do an overhire if we increase the salary, since we're not recruiting anyone anyway for the other position?
You're saying, are we only going to be able to recruit overhires if we increase?
Yeah, since this spot is vacant.
Yeah, that's our concern. We're really struggling with recruitment in general and retention. So that's why we had the proposal to kind of move our minimum wage for kind of starting employees up from the $15, $16 range to the $19, where we see that's a little bit more competitive for starting. So you're right. To be successful in recruiting those overhires, we are going to have to raise that floor.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Let's not forget about Preston. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any questions?
Hi, yes, I have a question. So thank you, Calvin, for your presentation. And I understand we have a recruitment and retention problem in public works. I wanted to just brainstorm and offer or kind of pick your mind on your thoughts on what would a 4-day work week, how would that impact, even if it's at the level?
It's definitely something.
I think that was a possible idea for your department, provided they're still available for the emergencies.
Oh yeah, well I've actually we've pondered that, milled over that many times over probably the last 7-8 years, switching to 410s because you can get so much more done in a workday. It's really hard to come in with an 8-hour workday and actually execute full repair tasks and things like that. Most construction companies operate on 10-hour workdays, and you get a lot more done. And my crew would love to switch to 410. The only thing is, with the current level of staffing, to try to keep somebody here every day of the week, then you're rotating half and half, and it's hard to really keep. It's hard to keep enough crew around all the time for those emergencies. So then people would definitely be getting called in for a lot of overtime. So we've pondered it. We've wondered how it would play out. The consensus has always been we'll be fine until we have barely any crew around on a Friday and everything breaks loose, and all of a sudden we're paying overtime to most of the crew for an entire day to come in and fix a water break or something like that. It works well throughout most of the year, but in the wintertime with water breaks and plowing, the only downside would potentially be seeing the overtime skyrocket.
Yeah, that's understandable. Would that help with the recruitment and retention?
Yeah, I would think so. I don't know many people that work 410s that don't enjoy them. Longer weekends or better weekends.
True.
You have a follow-up, Vice Mayor Banks?
If we do reach those staffing levels that you mentioned, Calvin, but that's a possible pilot program we can try.
Yeah, and it sounds like we can evaluate it in the spring and summer as an option, maybe, and just depending on season, the different shifts.
Right. All right, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Calvin, for the presentation. I guess my question is more toward the city manager. The gap between what we pay $15, $19 for our crew shifts to going up to $19. When we did our study of the pay equity and the pay gap, trying to close it with the ARPA funds, and I think we're slated to spend $853,000 in FY23. Doesn't that get us there closer?
It gets us a lot closer. Yeah, it's a good point. That's why we're still not done with the financial model, because Calvin had all the numbers, but then when I threw that wrench, hey, I'm gonna use ARPA money that's gonna actually cover a lot of this. That's gonna help reduce the cost to the city. That's why we weren't ready for today for the finance.
So we'll hold off on.
You're absolutely right. That's what we're gonna come back with next time and show you what would the city share be above and beyond the ARPA share, because we are gonna plan to utilize ARPA money to cover those increases. So you're right, it won't, and plus per the pay raise schedule, we were already gonna be, at these levels here over the next few years anyways, and now we were just planning on using ARPA to close it quicker. So you're right, I think ARPA is gonna cover a big portion of the salary portion, not the benefits portion. That's the tricky part. So that's why we have to kind of run all the math and see what the impacts are. But nonetheless, from FY23 and beyond, the impact is going to be minimized by ARPA. We are going to come back and propose to start it sooner because of the recruitment efforts, at least for Public Works, to start helping out with that recruitment effort.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the personnel chart. Do we have a full Public Works personnel chart that shows, for example, the new assistant? Is that a new assistant we're asking for, is administrative assistant?
Yeah,
And where would they?
Can you go back to the org chart? Because you're talking about the whole for the community development department.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
A whole picture.
Yeah. Okay.
So essentially, the administrative assistant, to actually say it's for this division, you would
Yes.
typically put it as an assistant underneath of the
Superintendent?
manager.
Okay.
Still thinking through that because this person's going to want a lot of contact and need a lot of contact with the operations manager. So it's almost as though I want my operations manager to have an assistant, which moves up this chart a little bit. And when you move up this chart, you can't read anything on it in the PowerPoint.
Let me. So if you visualize this as the Public Works division, there's a few things missing. Over here to the side, you have your operations manager.
Yes.
You have your facilities crew and your fleet crew. But that admin assistant is going to not be equivalent in terms of leadership to the operations manager and the engineering services, but it is going to be centrally supported up there to support both the ops manager, the engineering services manager, and Calvin as well. So the goal is to have an admin assistant here plus an admin assistant over here on the right, which is the development services division, which is Mickey, our planning, zoning administrator, development services manager, our 2 code enforcement officers, soon to be 2, our building inspector, and hopefully in the future building official, we can recruit that position, and the permit administrative manager as well. So all those positions would be here serviced by one admin assistant, and then all these positions over here by another. But both of those admin assistants also support Calvin through his management and his reporting back to me, which Calvin relies on Alan and Laura and Mickey to help him with all central departmental reporting requirements to the Office of the City Manager, because this is a new department. It was merged between 2 others, and they never really had the backbone, the overhead infrastructure to really manage. We tried to improve that with an assistant too.
Yes.
Calvin wasn't the best, but we feel with kind of 2 admin assistants, they can help out Alan and Laura on this side, and another to help out Mickey on this side, especially with all the development now that's taking off all the expanded code enforcement tracking. They can really use that as additional administrators.
And would our new transportation engineer need an assistant or help?
That's where Calvin and Steve would be supported by both admin assistants, but mainly since they're going to be working here, they'll probably rely more on the admin assistant that's here on the development services side,
Sure.
working here in City Hall, and the future likely for the Blooms facility where the library is right now when we move over to City Hall. And then this person over here would really be helping Alan and Laura as they report back to Calvin on all administrative requirements as well, going back to Pon and myself and Valerie, the whole central city staffing team, plus customer service, which is a big part, because right now we really don't have Laura who will answer the phone for Public Works, and there's a lot of customer
Calls.
service requirements, and like
Sure.
Calvin says, you can't almost take vacation.
Yeah.
So when she's out, then we don't really have a customer service right now.
So when we get the numbers, the full picture will come back to us in a more complete.
Absolutely. So you want to see the full org chart next time?
Yes, please.
Okay, well.
And the other part, the administrative assistant, we're talking this here in FY23, this is for a total salary of roughly, what, $50,000? Is that what we're saying? Because there's not a total at the bottom here.
It's probably slightly under that.
The 17, the 17, the 17, and the 5. Okay, that's good. It should include benefits.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll include benefits. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Oh, I just want to say, Calvin, I think the part-time seasonal work is an excellent idea. It helps groom our people for the full-time positions. They do it a lot in Park and Rec, as you well know, and I think it's a model that we should try in Public Works as well.
Yeah,
we did it.
I get reminded
all
all
over.
the time that that's how we used to handle things.
We need to go back because it
Plus
would help.
to bring back those retirees with all their knowledge.
Yeah.
So valuable.
Absolutely.
I think that's great.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Chabot.
One question. The entry level salary, the 15, that's for crew 1, 2, and 3?
No.
Just for 1?
Crewman 1. Most of our vacancies are crewman 1. We've got a vacancy in crewman 3 that we have interviewed some seasoned and experienced public works people for. We don't get past negotiation. So it's the crewman 1 that the entry salary is usually around 1525, 1535.
Yeah. And what's the average age for crewman 1?
right now,
Yeah.
18,
Okay.
fresh out of high school.
Right out of high school, looks like.
College.
Right. Okay, that's all there. Mhm.
Okay, there's no other questions. Calvin, thank you very, very much. That was great. Moving on to consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of approval of the minutes of August 3rd, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to 8A, appointment of the Manassas Park School Board to fill one vacancy due to the resignation of Patricia Rhodes, whose term expires on June 30th, 2022. And I just want to say we are very grateful for the 6 wonderful applicants who stepped up and wanted to serve the city in this capacity. It was a difficult decision. Those 6 individuals, again, thank you. They are Ms. Harmony Bisco, Ms. Leah Blackwell, Ms. Carla Browning, Mr. Michael Rogers, Mr. Donald Shoemaker, and Ms. Shantae Jones. Governing body, do we have a motion?
Moved. A motion to appoint?
Do we have a motion to nominate one of the applicants?
I make the motion to nominate.
You have to say the name.
Oh. That's right. I move to nominate Shantae. Is that the individual we were?
Jones. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded to nominate Ms. Shantae Jones. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstained, motion carries. Congratulations to Ms. Jones. Okay, appointment to the Community Working Group. The city has received 4 applications. Again, we extend our thanks for these 4 folks stepping forward: Mr. Kenneth Lewis, Ms. Lori Meem, Mr. John Bryson, Ms. Maria Sywick. I think we've all had a chance to look over the applications, so what is the will of the governing body?
Are we doing one at a time, or are we just talking?
Because I think we have categories.
Yeah. For the different sections of the city?
Well, yes. Did everyone have a chance to look at the applications? Okay.
Right.
So there's one applicant from the east side, one applicant centrally located, and there's 2 applicants from the west side.
Correct.
Yeah.
So how does the governing body want to proceed? Do you have any suggestions? Councilmember Hampton.
Well, since the intent was 1 from each section, based on the numbers that we have here, and then we have 2 that are from the west side, seems to me that's where the discussion is to be had.
Mm-hmm. And that would be Kenneth
And Lori. Yeah, Mr. Lewis and Ms. Meem.
Okay, the first 2 are from the west side. Does the governing body feel the need to speak to them personally? Do we need to interview them? Are the applications sufficient to make a decision? What are your thoughts?
I think the applications were sufficient for me to make a decision.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Ms. Sywick is from the east side. Mr. Bryson is centrally located, so those 2. Okay. Okay.
And then we have to nominate one for the west.
Yeah, we need either Mr. Lewis or Ms. Meem.
I would nominate Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, okay. Kenneth Lewis has been nominated from the west side. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Mr. Lewis is our representative from the west side to the Community Maintenance Working Group. Do we have a motion to nominate John Bryson and Maria Sywick?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. We have 3 folks for our working group.
Yay.
Yeah. Good luck. Councilmember Hampton, Councilmember Amaya.
It's been 9 months in the making, but we made it.
Okay.
So our next step will be we'll actually reach out to them and have our kind of come with the date and time for our initial meeting.
Yes.
Our planning meeting, and then we'll take it from there.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you both. Okay, moving on to new business. We have a resolution on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. Whereas the morning of September 11th, 2001 was a normal, quiet day in America with people at work, at home, and children at school. And whereas Al-Qaeda terrorists took control of 4 civilian airliners and proceeded to fly these planes into the World Trade Center towers in New York City, into the Pentagon in Arlington County, and were attempting to fly the 4th airliner into one of the major government buildings in Washington, D.C. And whereas the attacks cost the lives of nearly 3,000 people in New York City, 45 on Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania, and close to 200 at the Pentagon. And whereas through the brave actions of firefighters, paramedics, and police officers, and the military members and civilians in the buildings that were attacked, the lives of countless thousands of other Americans were saved. And whereas there are numerous stories of heroes who risked their lives in bringing others to safety from the towering infernos of the World Trade Center and the burning embers of the Pentagon, and those who gave their lives so that others might live. And whereas the cowardly attack on the United States of America was unprovoked and caused great loss of innocent civilian and military lives. And whereas the attack upon the United States by Al-Qaeda terrorists on September 11th, 2001, has served to remind all Americans of the great blessings of freedom and liberty that we enjoy as Americans. And whereas it is the desire of the governing body of the City of Manassas Park to remember the tragedy and to honor those who lost their lives on September 11th, 2001, and to honor those whose selfless commitment to serving others saved the lives of countless others on that day. Whereas in the ensuing wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the lives of many more in the military and other governmental agencies were lost, including the life of John Spann of Manassas Park, who lost his life during the battle to free the people of Afghanistan from the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. The City of Manassas Park shall never forget those who lost their lives on September 11th, 2001 in New York City, in Virginia, and in Pennsylvania in an unprovoked attack on this country from Al-Qaeda terrorists. The City of Manassas Park shall never forget the valor of those who risked their lives that day and ensuing days to protect and serve others. The City of Manassas Park shall never forget the loss of one of our residents, John Spann, in service to his country. The City of Manassas Park shall never forget the living relatives of those who lost their lives on September 11th and in the ensuing wars. The City of Manassas Park shall never forget those who serve in positions that protect our freedom, our liberty, and our lives, including the United States military and the thousands of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics that serve communities like ours across this land. Be it further resolved that on this 20th anniversary year, September 11th, now and every year will be known as Day of Heroes in the City of Manassas Park, Virginia. Do we have a motion to approve?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before we proceed, do you think we could take a 30-second moment of silence to honor the heroes?
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe if you all
Yes.
rise, or maybe.
Yes.
Thank you.
I can also remind the public that we do have a commemoration ceremony this Saturday at 9:30 in front of City Hall.
Okay. Moving on to 9B, ladder truck purchase request.
that again? Preston, can you see the slide?
Preston, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, that's right. We'll just take a pause now.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the governing body. Thank you for allowing us to make the presentation tonight on trying to make the proposal to bring a ladder truck back to the city of Manassas Park. Tonight's presentation, I hope, is informational as well as educational, try to help understand why we're trying to bring this back to the city. So if you look at the first picture, you'll see on the left, that's the truck we're proposing to buy from the city of Manassas, okay? On the right, that's the old truck we had back in the day up to the year 2015. And as you can see, it was used. So a little bit about the ladder truck history for those that may not have been here. We originally bought the ladder truck back in 2004 off of a FEMA grant. The total cost was $750,000. We got a $500,000 grant from the Assistance of Firefighters grant, and then $250,000 was put together between the Park Place Senior Apartments and then city funding. Okay, so originally the city was set to get a straight stick aerial device, so it had no big bucket on the end of it. So as the senior apartments was building, they were like, well, we're going to be 4 stories. Do you think our residents would prefer to get in the bucket and ride down versus climb the ladder down? If we was to throw in more profit money, could you do that? At the time, the fire chief then was Rick Rove. He said, we can most certainly do that. So we went to work on that kind of ladder truck, and that's the reason why the bucket showed up in the Manassas Park. There was a staffing plan laid out back in 2003, 2004 for this truck. Once Chief Grove left, that plan was taken over by Chief O'Neill, who is a Phil City resident. He is the current fire chief for the city of Fairfax. A great mentor, as Calvin was talking about, the institutional knowledge. I still have the ability to reach out to that gentleman. He helps me greatly. So if he's listening, thank you very much to Chief O'Neill. So we had a plan laid out by Chief O'Neill to add staffing 1 or 2 per year to get to where we need to be for the staffing for the fire engine, the medic unit, and the ladder truck. All right. Of course, when the recession hit in 2008, that plan was just totally abandoned because we just didn't have the money. We understood that. At the time, the chief did the best thing he could do, and he started trying to cross-staff units. At the time, it was the right thing to do. Today, I don't think that's the way to go, just because of how things have changed so dramatically in our community. So the one thing the ladder truck did do, it's going to help lower the Insurance Services Office's ISO rating. So in 2009, we were like a 6 or a 7, and then take that back. In 2004, 5, and 6, we were like an 8 or 9. And then when Chief O'Neill come in and took the rating in 2009, we came down to a 4, which was great. We did it again in 2017, really no change. We stayed a 4. In 2017, we didn't have the ladder truck, but we did have something where they give us bonus points for some community risk reduction, which the Fire Marshal's Office handles. So that made up for the lost points there. So we really didn't change in our ISO rating, but we did lose some capabilities within the city. So the ladder truck did play some key roles in our city over the last several years. We had the Misery Ridge townhomes, so Jessica Drive townhome, Euclid Avenue, there's a multiple instances there. And then of course, in Manassas, the IHOP. We actually took the ladder truck to IHOP and put the ladder to the roof and did some work at the IHOP there. So we still have great breakfast. So, we sold the ladder truck in 2015 for what's $330,000. That's with all the equipment included. probably estimated now at about $1 million worth of assets with equipment and truck if we'd have kept on to it, but we decided to move on. And so this is just a little historical document I found. This just shows where the governing body, the Chief Grove made the recommendation to buy the ladder truck back in 2002, 2003. And it's a good historical document to have. So the new truck purchase plan, of course, the truck from Manassas City, there's it's again, identical to the one we used to have here in Manassas Park. So currently Manassas is using this as a reserve ladder truck. It's being advertised through a company called Brindley Mountain Fire Apparatus. That's the exact same company that sold our ladder truck back in 2015. So the goal is to purchase this equipment for what they're asking for is $294,900, and we could use ARPA funding for this. Some of the specifications for the Manassas ladder truck: it has it's a Rosenbauer Commander chassis. It has a 240-inch wheelbase, 46 foot, 11 inches overall length. It says Cummins, but after I looked through all the documentation that the city Manassas had for mechanical records, is a Detroit diesel. Has the same transmission that our old ladder truck had, same seating capacity. The safety backup cameras are there. The chassis aerial Vogel loop system. It's a system where there's grease put into the top of the truck, and as the truck calls for grease to a certain pivot points, whether the ladder or the suspension or wherever it may be, it automatically greases the system to kind of slow down some of your maintenance issues. It does have a Harrison generator, electric cord reels all over, and then it has what's called an Amicus Ultimate Rescue Tool System. This is what's used for all the vehicle extrications. So if you see the jaws of life and all that come out, that's all on this truck. Okay, all the tools needed to cut cars and reach doors or whatever you need to do with metal doors. We got that, and it does come with what's called platform air system. So when you're working in the bucket and you have your air pack on, you can actually tap into the bucket and keep an air supply going. So you don't have to come down and change bottles, keep going back up. Right. So this picture is very significant for one reason. I would like to do two things. See the door where it says the City of Manassas? Change that to the City of Manassas Park. See that big ladder where it says City of Manassas? We need to change that to the City of Manassas Park.
I was just gonna ask that.
And I don't know if the shopping center looks familiar.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so the goal is to have that city truck say Manassas Park so that we can rely on our own city assets and not Manassas or Prince William. And it would be great to be able to rely on our own assets. So just some quick comparisons of the two ladder trucks we've been talking about. Our old ladder truck and Manassas, just so we have a kind of a frame of picture in mind. They both look very similar. And then we've got to wonder why Manassas went away from that truck. Well, here's the reason right here. If you look at these two ladder trucks, the 2014 truck is one with the bucket hanging out to the front on the left. The new truck is the one on the right. If you look at it, that was designed for Old Town. It doesn't have that big bucket where it's swinging around, clunking into things. It's called, well, when you got to put the platform somewhere and you got to get the ladder egress to where you can get all the swing out of the ladder, all that's designed for a certain pivot point in the city. For us currently right now, that big bucket truck is going to work. Maybe in the future when our city keeps changing, that's one thing you got to always go back and look at, and that's probably a really good reason to look at this truck was this is going to be an 8 to 10 year truck. By the time 2030 rolls around, I think our community is going to really be truly changed. So maybe at that time we have to look at something like what's on the right. But it gives us that time to get our money built up. So just real quickly, the rear mount ladder truck, which is the one with the big bucket on the front, weighs about 72,000 pounds, 11'8", 9'2" width, and then you would bring the outriggers out, that's 19'2", 46'11". The ladder extends to 102 feet. And then the bucket capacity is 1,000 pounds. The biggest change on the other one is 80,800 pounds, pretty heavy truck. The length is really where the mid-mount goes up. You bring the height down, but you can bring the truck a little bit longer in the backside for the big bucket lay at the back, not on the front. So that's where you get the length in the mid-mount. So this is kind of a common mistake that everybody makes, even the fire service, we still do it ourselves. There's a difference between a fire engine and a fire truck. We always call it a fire truck. I want to go see the fire truck. If you come to Manassas Park Fire Department today, you will see fire engines. You will not see fire trucks because we don't have a fire truck. But hopefully after tonight we'll have a fire truck. So the fire engine itself and the ladder, they do different roles. Okay, so the emergency roles for the truck, they do residential fires, commercial fires, industrial fires. They do all the search. They search for victims in house fires or wherever they may be, from rooftops, balconies, off water towers. As I was telling the city manager that there was at Osborne Park, they had an issue with someone working on light towers and they had to go get them down with the light towers. So they also do what's called fire ventilation. They open up a ventilation path for the heat and the toxic gases to escape, which allows the firefighters to have better success of entering the structure without really taking a beating from the heat. And it also gives the victims a better survivability rate. Once you get those gases out of the building, if you were trapped, you get the smoke out of there. That's what usually kills you, not the fire. The smoke's gonna kill you 3 times quicker than the fire. They do the vehicle extrication as we talked. There's a lot of inside gas leaks, fire alarm activations. With the inside gas leaks, with our current community, we have a lot of high-rise buildings, a lot of commercial buildings, industrial buildings. Most of the HVAC systems are on the rooftops. When we show up, we got to send the ladder truck up there. Usually that's coming from Manassas, if they're not busy. If they're busy, they come from somewhere in Prince William County. If they're busy, then it comes from Fairfax County. So they'll do all the vehicle extrication, all the different types of entanglements, from auto accidents to industrial. We've had a lot of industrial accidents down in the industrial corridor with people getting hands caught in the different machines. And these are the specialists going to take care of that and get the person to extricate it and get them moved to the correct hospital. They'll do what's called high angle and low angle rescue, trench rescue, water rescues, and they also will support EMS on multiple different calls. There will be EMS equipment on this truck, and it'll run EMS calls. Hopefully not at the rate that the other two run, because it just wouldn't take the beating and the pounding. It would wear out a little quicker. But if that call truck's used as requested for an EMS call, it's going to an EMS call because we want to do the right thing. It carries some specialized equipment with ground ladders with many different lengths, extrication equipment, rope, lots of rigging equipment. The Stokes basket, which as you see, a lot of times you'll see the big basket hanging off the front where they have the ropes coming down, the person's in the basket. It has that capability, so it takes a specialist to be able to do all the roping and tie in all the knots and stuff. All the ventilation fans, thermal linear cameras, pry tools, chainsaws, concrete saws, vent saws. Of course, it has the 102-foot ladder that really is going to be helpful. Elevator keys that does all the elevator rescues. That's where all the tools for elevator rescue would be. I think we're getting more and more elevators every day. And it also has the EMS life-saving equipment as we talked about.
So Chief, before you move on, so yes, the 102 feet would provide you all access to 6th or 7th floor high rises.
6 or 7 floors.
Yeah, so the big building back there.
Technically, you say it's 10 foot per floor, so you would think it would reach to a 10th floor. By the time you do your climbing angles and set up off the curbs away from the buildings, that's why it's safe to say 6 or 7. You may get 8 stories to the very rooftop, depending on how close you can get to the building. And that's when they talk about putting the aerial platform where the turntable sits off the front or the rear. And they call it what they call in fire department terms of scrubbing the building. You got to be able to get the ladder to this angle or this angle to get the most reach. Very complicated. So what does the fire engine do? So it does also all the different fire types. It also runs the gas leaks, the fire alarm activations. They just do separate roles, right? 2 separate roles. They do the same call, but different roles when they get there. They'll run the auto accidents. They'll assist on the extrication. They'll do all the public service incidents, and they will take a lot of EMS calls because all of our staff's cross-trained. No matter what piece of equipment we have, you're going to be cross-trained with EMS and fire. That's just how we run in Manassas Park. So the fire engine, it carries all the different lengths of hose. It's the one with the water. It's the one with the water tank. It also has some foam on it. It has different hand tools for what jobs the firemen need on the engine. And they're trained basically to be the ones that go through the door to the scene of the fire and put the fire out. So the ladder truck would come in behind if they're not ventilating and do the search. As the fire guys are going through knocking out the fire, the truck crews coming in, they're doing the search for the victims. And then what we like to have is someone from that building call out an all clear, making sure that, meaning everyone's out of the building. And then the fire engine will also do various numbers of EMS with EMS equipment. So this chart's pretty significant because in Northern Virginia, there's 14 different fire and EMS agencies altogether. That's including the military bases. And we all work together. We can run into Fairfax or Arlington tomorrow morning, and we know what we're going to do tomorrow. Right after 9/11, we said no more. We got caught with our pants down 9/11. Communications was horrible. Fairfax was running into Arlington. Arlington was running into Alexandria, and they just didn't know what they were doing. Everybody had their own different playbook. Well, we've come up with what's called NOVA fire manuals. Everybody's doing the same thing now. So if you look at across the top, where it says single family, townhome, strip, those are the different types of fires that you would run. And down the other column on the left, where it says unit, you'll see where it says first engine, second engine, third engine, fourth engine, fifth engine. Then it goes into the first truck, second truck, first rescue, then EMS units, and the battalion chief. So, and a house fire in Manassas Park, even on the old side of town, the west side, you're still gonna get 2 ladder trucks there. You know, 2 ladder trucks are required for a little house over that side too. Probably we'll use 1 over there, but anywhere else in the city, we're gonna use at least 2, just because of the size of the structures and the inability to get behind a lot of places.
So what this chart says, to kind of simplify it for the public too, is the first engine that arrives, that's their kind of roles and responsibilities. So regardless of where it comes from, now we would, in our city, we would be in command of it, but wherever the asset comes from, they know what you're now number 2, you're now number 3, so they know what their roles and responsibilities are for responding.
So whether we, like tomorrow morning, if we run a fire in Manassas Park, in Manassas City somewhere else tied up, and then we get Prince William coming in here second instead of Manassas, and then Fairfax comes in third, they're gonna look at this chart and go, okay, I arrived third, so what am I gonna do? Our battalion chief knows exactly what they're gonna do. They know what they're gonna do. So it's safety for the person that are responding in, as well as the safety of the victims that may be at the house fire. And they have these charts for not just fires, but a lot of different matrix throughout the fire service. So Northern Virginia really is caught up with the NOVA manuals. The NOVA manuals in Northern Virginia are being asked for all around the country. Northern Virginia's done some great work with the fire service, kind of leading the charge. So some of the training required for this truck. So, as you know, we try to go above and beyond for a high level of fire and EMS service delivery. And this can be contributing to a number of different training hours for each team member. Training topics are specific to the roles and responsibility of what piece of apparatus that they may be assigned to. Engine company operations, truck company operations differ, as we talked about earlier. And both serve different roles in the fireground. And it doesn't have to be a fireground, it could be any call matrix that we talked about earlier. But there's a lot of different driver training, aerial operations that needs to be done. That falls under what's called NFPA 1002. Then you have a aerial operator, Then you have heavy technical rescue. There's two modules, a 1 and a 2. Then you have ropes. There's gonna be a lot of rope tying, a lot of different. Then you're gonna come down to vehicle education, which is 1 and 2 with 40 hours. And then, of course, there's also department releasal policies. Those are pretty long and stringent, and that's something we take a lot of pride in, because we don't want to just bring something into the house and then just release you to go do something and no one going, don't really think you're ready. We want you to have the best, most professional service when you get there. We don't want people coming out there and going, they kind of just do, you know? They're going to know what they're doing before they come out that door with that piece of apparatus. So that's with fire truck, fire engine, medic unit. This community has some of the best paramedics in Northern Virginia. I can tell you that bar none. And then there's a lot of certification training that has to go into all this. Again, as we talked about the NOVA manuals, if you look at what they call truck operational manuals, there's 7 different books here that each individual on that truck has to understand. And like truck book 1 would go over a lot of different type of constructions, building constructions. Number 2 would go over the required measurables for forcible entry, and 3 would be all about ground ladders, and then you go into search and rescue, and then ventilation, and then there's new manuals out on high-rise firefighting, which is 10 stories or above. We don't have that yet, but we do have the last one, a lot of mid-rise. We're starting to see a lot of mid-rise in Manassas Park, so that will be a book that our crews will definitely have to get into. These are a lot of hours to get these out of the way. Just some quick pictures of what the truck capable of. And the top left, you see that yellow bucket on the front of the bucket. That's what's called a Stokes basket. That's what's used to rescue people out of windows, out of out of rooftops. I can tell you, down in our condos and our 2x2s down in the bottom, we've used our ladder truck historically to bring medical patients out of the window upstairs, one of those 2x2 townhomes, because it's just easier to move them out the window than it is to bring them down 5 sets of steps. You get them to the medic unit, to the proper facility a lot quicker. So survivability goes way up. So if you look at the picture directly below it, where the victim is being carried down the ladder, I'll let you decide how you want our crew to bring you down the ladder, or our citizens down the ladder. I know which way I want to come down that. No. If I'm having an emergency, please, I'll take the top one. It's a little safer.
So the bottom was an engine?
The bottom was an engine.
Yeah.
Is that a plastic mannequin coming down the ladder?
No, ma'am.
That's a real person?
Yes.
Okay.
I just took and chopped the head off for
Okay, right.
safety's sake.
Okay.
But no, it's a real person. So currently we're going to do the bottom, unless Manassas can get in here fast enough to do the top piece. And that's our goal tonight, is to try to be able to have our department do the top piece again like we used to be able to. And then the middle picture is a bunch of the rescue tools that you'll see being used on different extrications and different trench rescues and stuff like that. The top right is all the cutting tools for extrication. That's all the amicus tools that you will see that's on this part of this ladder truck. And then the bottom picture is a actual trench rescue where victims go down to the ground, they're working, something happens, and then you got to go in and get them. If the pole's not already shored up, you got to shore it up with trenches and different bars and stuff, and that's always on this truck as well. That is actually a training picture there, and I'll show you where that training picture was taken. At Prince William County Training Academy. And the significance of this picture is the one thing. You got the ladder truck that's used to bring the victim out of the hole. And as that victim comes up out of the hole, the operator has to do 2 things. He has to bring the ladder up and go out at the same time, because if not, you have an unqualified aerial operator. They're going to bring the victim and keep beating them in the hole, and it's just defeating the purpose. So you got to have a truly educated professional operator. But if you look at the picture right next to it, that's the hole as they were preparing to get the ladder in there. That big white truck back there belongs to Manassas Park. The guy there in the gray shirt with the white hat, that's Calvin's current superintendent, that's Chris Simmons. The gentleman standing back there with the black coat on right there by the truck, that's Wayne Martin. The guy that Calvin was just talking about would be taking Chris's job in the several years when Chris moves on. So these guys go out to Prince William County, they do training with the fire department. So we have a great staff, work together. As you can see, there was an auto accident on Master Drive. That is definitely the west side of town. There's an extrication there at Masters Drive from the fire station. And then the other one is another picture of a outside of our region of how a extrication would look like, with bringing the doors off, the roof off to get the victim out of the car once they're trapped inside the car. Currently, if that was to happen in our city today, we're waiting on Manassas, Prince William, or Fairfax to come do it for us. We just don't have the capabilities. All that equipment was sold in 2015 with our former ladder truck. So one thing is required is staffing levels. We've already heard Calvin talk about how staffing is, been beaten up over the years because of the recession. Our plan was abandoned because of the recession. We had years to get back to where we're starting to get back on our feet. I think there's been some great work with Pon's team and bringing on this gentleman right here to my left. Smart move. But in the fire service, we use this thing called NFPA 1710. So it's a standard for the organizational and deployment of fire suppression operations, emergency medical operations, special operations to public by career departments. That's a lot. So the standard basically tells you how units should be deployed, how they should be staffed. Proper staffing pretty much influence how effective you can be on the fire scene. Great studies are done at NIST, which is right in our backyard in Maryland. We're always invited as the Northern Virginia fire departments to go out there and take part of these training sessions. We try to, we don't really get up there very a lot because we're always at minimal staffing. So if you can't get staffing, you really can't go train. That's been a big issue for us. But to understand what the NFPA 1710 is, there's a very short 3-minute video that will truly explain this a lot better than I could.
Bear with me 1 minute. I forgot to upload it prior, so let me. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure the sound and everything else works.
You may have heard about NFPA 1710, the industry standard for career fire departments. But what is it? And what does it mean for our community? Your house is on fire. It's your worst nightmare. In just 3 minutes, a fire can grow 16 times larger than when it started. And it continues to grow bigger and faster every second. Once the clock starts ticking, there's a shrinking window of opportunity to save lives and property. You want a full crew of firefighters to put it out quickly, or you may suffer a catastrophic loss. But how many are enough? 15, 20, 40? How do you decide? Fortunately, there's an internationally recognized industry standard. It's called NFPA 1710, and it's based on scientific evidence and research that establishes how many firefighters are needed to put out each fire and rescue anyone trapped. At a fire scene, you want a firefighter doing every job that needs to be done to save you and your house. And at a fire, there's a lot that needs to be done, like stretching the hose, hooking to a hydrant, searching for trapped people, venting the hot gases, and much more. For a low-hazard single-family house fire, NFPA 1710 specifies a minimum of 15 firefighters dispatched in the initial alarm. At an open-air strip shopping center or garden apartment fire, The standard specifies a minimum of 28 firefighters dispatched in the first alarm. And for fires in high-rise buildings at least 7 stories tall, the data show that the initial dispatch should be for a minimum of 43 firefighters, and that fire departments should send additional firefighters to situations that are beyond the capability of the initial alarm. Regardless of the type of property, 1710 also sets the time of arrival on scene within 4 minutes for the first engine with 4 firefighters. The 1710 standard for both response time and crew size is based on scientific evidence, not opinion. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, known as NIST, and its partners conducted extensive research to document the optimal crew sizes for various types of structures. As a decision maker, you and firefighters share a common goal. Everyone gets out alive. So when a house is on fire, just remember it takes a minimum of 15 firefighters to put it out. And the quicker the response time, the better the outcome for everyone. For more information, talk to your local firefighters. Thanks for listening, and stay safe.
So, several things to take out of there real quickly. They're asking for 15 firefighters to be there for a residential house fire. Currently, Manassas Park is with 5. So the rest of them have to come from Prince William or Manassas. And, to get the 28 people that we need for the garden department fire or the strip shopping center, my entire operational staff is 24. So I'd have to bring the whole department in. So that's why we need to work with Prince William County, Manassas City, because they provide us a lot of resources. And it's one day we'll be able to Fenn to do a lot of it on our own, and we'll grow and get there. And we'll lay a plan out to get there. This is just a picture that was in the video. It shows you the difference between where the fire engines are going to go, the ladder truck's going to sit on the roof over there, the different layouts of where the firemen are going to go, to the front door, to the windows, to the roof. You're going to have some in reserve sitting here, which is called a RIT team, Rapid Intervention Team, which is to save the firemen should they go in and get trapped. There's always a backup plan for that. But again, you got to have 15 people there, and we're putting 5. I think we're kind of putting our staff and our citizens at risk by only being able to put 5 there. So, with talking about the staffing, here's some area comparisons of what we're dealing with. So the first one is Fairfax City. They run 63 operational staff FTEs with a population around 24,000. They operate out of 2 fire stations. They run 2 engines, a ladder, 2 medics, and a battalion chief. Manassas City, they run 62 operational employees. They have an estimated population around 41,000. They also operate out of 2 fire stations, and they staff 2 engines, a ladder truck, 2 medic units, and a battalion chief as well. So just a couple other cities about the same size of us. One is Winchester. They do 65 operational employees, right around 28,000. They run out of 3 different fire stations, and they staff 3 fire engines, a ladder, 3 medics, and a battalion. Then you got the city of Fredericksburg, 56 operational staff FTEs with a population right around 25,000. And they run out of 2 fire stations as well with 2 engines, a ladder, and 2 medics, and the battalion chief. So then you come to Manassas Park. We have 24 FTEs in operations. That's it, 24. We currently have 2 overhires because we do turn people over quite a bit. Let's try to help slow down the turnover so that when someone leaves, someone could pop in that position and there's really no drag or slow down. We're trying to slow down overtime as much as possible. but it's almost going to be impossible to slow it down with just 24 FTEs. Operational consist, we do 1 fire engine, 1 medic unit, 1 battalion chief. And we operate out of the single fire station. The goal is always to try to do 2, according to the ISO. They're asking us multiple times when we meet with them is strategically lay your plans out in your community. We always evaluate the community, how to make the community safer. You know, we always talk about being a safe community. By policing standards, they're doing a great job. And we're in the top 5 almost every year. But it's public safety. I think we're trying to do the right thing, but we're struggling because of financial reasons. And I think the goal is always to lay a plan out there to try to fix that to where we are a true public safety community. You know, you get the best fire service as well as EMS service, plus police service. And together, that's public safety at its finest. So, when I looked at some data through the census stuff and then just researched some different cities in the Commonwealth of Virginia, Manassas Park was the only city, including 3 or 4 cities that went back to townships, that we're the only one that doesn't have a ladder truck. Everybody else staffs ladder trucks. Some of these communities are small as 6,000, 7,000 people, but they're still providing this service to the businesses and to their citizens. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I was like, oh, well, to make sure we understand that with this. Now, taking into consideration Falls Church is a city, but they contract all their services from Arlington County. As far as fire service, police, they do their own thing. But Arlington County has a fire station in Falls Church, and they have a ladder truck sitting in the city of Falls Church that is owned by Arlington County. So, when we talking about the 2 different fire stations versus the 1 fire station, with us only having 1 fire station currently, some of the struggles I think, and I've talked to the city manager, he shares the same concerns, is we have some areas in our city that really concern us. 28. Sometimes the 28 we're cut off from the west end. You know, we're relying on Prince William County and Fairfax County and Manassas City probably coming in the backside. The railroad tracks just scare us to death. Something happens on the east end, and you're cut off from the railroad tracks or train derailment, whatever. Then we're going to go all the way around, come back up Signal Hill. Hopefully Manassas and Prince William get their units in there, do something life safety or whatever before we get there. So strategically, we need to start looking at where to put our resources. Is the current location the best location? In 2004, probably was. In 2020, is it? 2021? I think in 25, we're really got to start looking at things because with our downtown really coming and our overall growth of the city, as I said, to get outside of our box and start looking, you know, in a proactive manner, we need to keep on top of this stuff and not really just get siloed in and going, okay, we're good. No, we want to provide you the best service, so we always got to stay on top of things. So how are we going to get this proper staffing to get this ladder truck staffed out the door correctly? We got to be creative. So, like I said, currently we have 24 FTEs in operations. Staffing consists of 8 people per shift. With this, we need to increase to at least 12. That's minimal staffing. That gets you just to the bare minimal staffing to get the engine, the medic, the ladder, and the battalion out the door with minimal staffing. That's the 3 people. We go with what NFPA 1710 says, then we got to go to 15 people. And so we've had no new positions added FTE-wise since 2010, since Chief O'Neill left. A lot of that had to do with the recession. But over those 10 or 11 years, we've had a 35% increase in our city. That's pretty significant, not to add no FTEs to combat that. So we're going to continue to try to add FTEs through the SAFER grant. Currently, we've got a SAFER grant application in for nothing back. Currently, if this SAFER grant was to go through and we was to get the award, it funds, whether it's 1 person, 2 people, or 12 people, whatever you ask for, it's 100% paid for 3 years. then the city takes on the cost. And if we're successful this year, we'll try again next year, and we'll keep going until we use the federal government money to help us until we're ready to go on our own to be able to take this debt on. So we talk a lot around the kitchen table up there about understanding where the city is financially and that we just can't grow overnight. We're very flexible. We've been waiting and trying to get staff to grow. The guys understand this. We know all the construction out back. We know it's not a gold mine, the gold rush back here again. You're digging up your gold now and it's going to cash it in for FTEs. You know? Now, it could be a gold mine if what's going to be built there comes to fruition. I think that could be our gold mine. So there may be a gold mine if we're digging on. It just may not be the big gold rush. So just some quick pictures of what we used the ladder truck on in the past. Of course, the top was Jessica Drive. Off to the right of that is also Jessica Drive. I remember that fire pretty well because I might have been the one that drove that ladder truck there. The other one is over here on Mosby. The ironic thing about that one is we had a then captain take that truck by itself just to get the asset there. He said, I'm going to get it there and someone's going to use it. Well, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. And he says, well, I got the truck there and I'm going to take command. So now he's the commander. He's setting up to make sure everybody's ready to command. And he looks around and realizes the ladder's moving. And he's like, okay, who's on my ladder truck? And there's this former firefighter that's now a police captain that's standing up in a police uniform running this ladder truck because he remembered how to do it when he was in the fire department. And that was Captain Winston. So that night he played a big role in helping us with that truck. So that's how public safety works here. We work together. And then the other one is a big training ground out in Prince William County where you do a lot of training. Lots of training. So just to sum it up real quick, I think we need to start addressing some excellent ladder service for our residents. I mean, receiving the automatic aid or from Manassas or Prince William or the mutual aid from Fairfax, it's all well and good. And I mean to take nothing against their staff, but our staff really care about this community. You get a better service when you see the Manassas Park Fire and Rescue walk through your door than you do Prince William or Manassas because they're just part of your community. Mm-hmm. A lot of these people could have left years ago for more money. They just have adapted to the community because they like it here. Mm-hmm. People make them feel friendly. It's just a great community to be around. So the residential fire intensifies and grows every 30 seconds. Reach temperatures around 1,000 degrees. So we got to get people there quickly. That's why when we brief you with stats, we always talk about the 4-minute response time on scene. We'll talk about that again later tonight at some point. We try to do that. And we're going to try to do that even with the ladder truck. We want to get all 3 minutes there within the 4 minutes to make the community safer. So there's many different reasons of bringing this fleet on. Speedy rescues, if you're trapped on the second floor or higher of a burning building, you certainly want to see an aerial ladder truck pulling on the scene. You hope that engine doesn't get there and just throw the ground ladder up and you come down the ground ladder. One reason we want to get our ladder truck there first and hit a Manassas is some of our streets are very tight and narrow. So the way that you want the ladder truck and the fire engine to run together is you want the ladder truck to go in first. They should be the first one going in, and then the fire engine comes in behind it. You don't want the reverse roles because then the ladder truck's probably going to be blocked out of where they need to be sitting to get the proper roof line angles or the window angles or where they need. So a lot of times our engine beats Manassas there, and then we struggle trying how to get that ladder truck to the right position because the engine's already pushed up in the cul-de-sac and it can't go no farther. So getting the ladder truck there first would be key. So, and I think this one here, this last little or middle bullet, I think this applies to not only the fire department, but our city. You know, the big misconception is in the fire service is when it comes to the fire ground, the size of the fire department changes what needs to be done, which we know that's not true. It doesn't change. The job requires a certain amount of people, a certain technical knowledge, a certain skill. It doesn't care whether you're a city of 60 employees or 1,000 employees. The same job requires the same amount of personnel. And I think that's where Calvin was talking about earlier with his department as well. So I don't know how we can sit back and put a price tag on life. I mean, when you got a chance to get an asset at a very cheap rate or cheap price, we know that if we come tonight with a price for a brand new ladder truck, we're looking at somewhere between 1.5 to 1.9 million.
Yeah.
As a city, we're not financially ready for that, because then we got to add another big number for all the employees to fill that ladder truck. We still got to add more money for the equipment because we let that go earlier. So trying to be physically responsible, we understand that, well, we found a used ladder truck that's in great shape. Talked to the mechanic that takes care of that piece of apparatus. He's the same mechanic that currently takes care of our apparatus. His exact words was, you have anywhere between 7, 8 to 10 years of good life left in that truck. And that's what we're looking for, as we talked about, because if we get this thing that goes 7, 8, 10 years, by then our community's gonna look totally different. Then we gotta reevaluate, go, okay, where are we? Maybe we've hit that gold mine by then and we can afford that $1 million for a ladder truck. But by then we should have the people and the equipment, so the hit for the $1 million ladder truck wouldn't be as bad then as it is now. So the goal today would be to buy a ladder truck cheap, slowly add the people on, because it's gonna take us, to be honest, anywhere between 12 to 24 months for proper training, proper equipment, and the proper staffing to roll it out the door. We know just because if we bought it tomorrow morning, we wouldn't have the staffing to do the work, but we would truly try to work to get the staffing there over the next several years. And once we get there, if we don't get the correct staffing, we'll have to be creative how to get it out the door. Because the goal is to do the job the right way. Okay? At the end of that, if you have questions, we'd be glad to answer any questions you got.
Thank you so much, Chief. That was very detailed and very explanatory. And thank you for including the inspection document in the packet. Thank you.
As I told you earlier, I was allowed to go over and sit with the Deputy Fire Chief from Manassas. They provided me this documents about this stuff of all the maintenance records that they're willing to give us once we buy the truck tonight from them. But they were very detailed. I mean, very, very detailed. So I was very grateful to see the documents. Again, the same mechanic, I just think that was really good to know that that guy understands that piece of apparatus he's been taking care of since day one. And hopefully they'll keep taking care of it in the future.
Well, this is a tremendous opportunity.
Yeah. And if we come out everybody comes out on September 11th to the ceremony out here, we will be borrowing that ladder truck from them to hang the American flag off of. Okay. So it will be here.
Okay. Okay, any questions? Yes, Councilman Moore?
Yes, thank you. Excellent presentation, Chief. I just want to know the bottom line. I appreciate the cost, 200 and some thousand. But the staff, how many staff do we need? We need additional 4 staff in order, that was my understanding in your presentation. We have 8, we needed 12.
Yeah, we're currently at 8. In order to go to minimal staffing, because of the current philosophy laws with the schedule we're running, we would need to add 4 people per shift. We have 3 shifts, that'd be 12 people.
So we have to add 12 people.
Yes.
So if you look at the other cities, like Fredericksburg had the smallest staffing, they were at 56. So if we add 12 to our 24, we'd still only be at 36. We'd still be 20 less than Fredericksburg, but that would at least provide us the minimal ability to respond to the single family.
Well, we would still have mutual aid from other cities, right?
We would, yeah, absolutely.
I guess if we buy this ladder truck tonight, if we had a fire next week, we would be able to use it, or we won't be able to use it?
In 48 months after training. So They have to, or 24 months after training. Remember, we used to have it at the same staffing level,
2004.
and they got it to where it needed to go.
Correct.
They found ways to kind of make use of it. Is it going to be as effective as we would like? No. But again, it's kind of like triage. You figure out a way to kind of get it there. Are you using all your assets as effective as you can? You're not. You're taking significant risks by doing that. But at least you still have the asset now as an option to utilize for fires, right? But the majority of the calls are still going to be responded by engine and EMS, because the majority of our calls are still medical in nature and not fires. But for fires, we need to get that asset out there.
But again, we will have the asset, but we have to ramp up for the next 24 months, which is...
No, yeah. We don't have to use it. Does that make sense?
You don't.
Okay. You can get it out there. Remember, they used it before. When they had the old one, they used it before at same staffing levels. It's not the ideal. It's not what we're recommending for the future.
Okay.
We don't believe that's an effective way to operate a fire department. But at least we have the asset that they've demonstrated to get out to these scenes to utilize, but you're putting significant risk and burden on staff by not having the right staffing levels. You're not utilizing these assets to their best extent when you don't do that. So that's why we put in for that federal grant for 6 positions to be funded 100%, at least to help us there, right? So we're moving towards that direction. We're hopeful that grant will pass, but there's significant more we have to do to get it. So regardless of what we decide to do with the ladder truck, whether we get it or not, we know what the requirements are for fire responses. This just helps us get closer to that. But when you evaluate staffing and you look at operations and everything else, it is quite eye-opening. And from a city standpoint, we've never had the option to start tackling that over the last 11 years. There's just been no financial capability. But as we look to the future, we do need to start looking at that as something that we want to get done, and what are the decisions that we're making to help us get there.
So even though it would not be used to its full capacity, it could, for example, go to an apartment building and pick somebody off the 5th floor.
We have operators that could do that could operate it.
Yeah, like I said, the goal is to get the asset at the cheapest price possible right now. Because
I appreciate
we know
that. I agree.
if we wait, this thing's going to disappear, and then we're now going to have to add this 12 to 15 staffing and then the equipment. We're going to have to look at finding another ladder truck. Maybe we don't know. It may be used at $500,000, or we may have to go to buy a brand new one at $1.5 million. Because I can tell you the one that Manassas just bought was $1.3 million.
And it might not be in this good a condition.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we just found an asset that was reasonably priced, that we know that we can start putting equipment back on, getting training going, and then work to the goal of getting the staffing that we want, and then be able to provide that effective service to the city that we used to be able to do.
Laszlo, with your staffing projections for the next 10 years, does it take into consideration the 12?
It does not, no.
I didn't think so.
It does not. I think we added 2, right? So, yeah.
That's dramatic.
It's traumatic. So I think, so again, everything's going to depend on business type. What kind of businesses do we get in our downtown? How much revenue are they generating? Will that allow us to go above and beyond the current staffing plan, right? That's the issue here.
Well, we know the projection of revenue that will be generated from our downtown.
Not really.
We have an idea. I mean, we based it on...
It can vary dramatically, depending on business type.
But the residential component...
The residential component, yes.
Residential is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, for residential,
we know the kind of businesses we want to attract, or at least we think we know we want to attract. And what revenue, I mean, does that then get us where we want to be or need to be?
It depends. So I'd like to have an offline conversation with you on that. And I think there'll be more discussions happening in closed session over the next few weeks. There's goals, right? Calvin talked about it for his departments. For this department, there's goals, and you need kind of the action plans to get there. But so I didn't want to hold back this presentation simply because we don't have financial resources to get there.
I understand.
We always have to talk about what's the best methods for getting stuff done, but then it's up to us to figure out how to get there.
Right.
And it's not going to happen overnight.
I just want to ask this because I don't know I got the total understanding of this question, and it's one you posed, Mayor. If we had this truck and there's a fire next week, would this truck be able to go there and rescue somebody in a 4-story building?
I would like to say yes, because I have a few people that could do it, but staffing wise, I just don't think we're ready to get it at the door.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good to know.
Don't have it
Okay,
right now.
appreciate it.
We don't have the training.
We don't have the training or the
Yes.
equipment. This truck would come to us with no equipment.
Oh, they're not giving us the equipment on it, huh? They're taking it.
They actually did the right thing and kept their equipment for their current truck.
Yeah, that was smart.
We decided to sell ours to Norway, Maine.
And we sold the equipment too, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Oh,
It was, we made a mistake. But I think at the time, there was a lot of people that was getting some inaccurate information. This body received a lot of inaccurate information.
Yes, we did.
I was a member of the department, but I was not in the position to talk about it. The then police chief, Mr. John Evans, called me and said, "Chief, please don't let this happen."
yeah, the other thing, Chief,
So, hey, it happened, now we're gonna try to figure out how to make it fixed.
yeah. I just also want to just commend you on your passion. It really comes out when you speak to us, and I just appreciate that. It's greatly appreciated.
Our goal was to lay a staffing plan for this. Like I said, Chief O'Neill had one back in the day that was adding 2 personnel over several years to get there. Maybe now we have to look at maybe 2 or 3 over the next 3, 4, 5 years. I don't know. Whatever this governing body wants to do, we'll make it work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Chief, I got a couple questions for you. The first one, of your current staff, how many have had past training on trucks?
We have a lot of turnover, so I think there's maybe 40% out of the whole bunch.
Okay, so we're not coming from scratch, so that's good.
4, so I'd say at least 10 to 12.
Okay.
Like there.
Okay, it's
We have
not,
a lot of new people that are just coming in.
yeah. So then my second question is with the training, because I know with being short staff and having worked on teams where you are short staff, you never do get the training, no matter. So I understand that. So how's the current staff going to get the training on the truck, given the small number of staff that you currently have?
We're going to take and look at how to work with our automatic aid partners, which are Manassas and Prince William. I say automatic aid simply because we're dispatched by Prince William County along with Manassas, so it's automatically assumed that you're going here or going here. When the CAT doesn't have to talk, it's called mutual aid from Fairfax. We would truly ask Manassas or Prince William to cover our area while our guys go off to train for the day.
Okay.
We have 2 locations we can go to. We can go to Prince William County, which is free training all day long for us. Again, we have a fire chief that's living in our city from Fairfax City, who's opened up his training center. We don't have a training center. One day we'll apply for that grant and get that, but currently we don't have one. But our goal would be to bring someone in, to backfill our building for the day, send our people out, and do what's called on-duty training. If not, we have to do everything off-duty, and then it becomes overtime, right? So it'll probably be a mix of both, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna say everything's gonna be on-duty, because there will be some overtime training for it. But we'll work through the system to make it work. I mean, we have great partners in Prince William and Fairfax City and Manassas that would help us.
And then my last question is just how much training is involved? Because I honestly don't know much about the training in the fire department. So is it just like, you're looking at 40 hours, you're looking at 120 hours, 6 months?
Send the presentation. I'll give you the breakdown hours usually. So we're looking at 40, we're looking at another 24, 64 hours, 40 hours. And the Department of Release Policy is probably somewhere around another 3 months.
Okay.
So it's a significant amount of training.
And then,
That's why we said, realistically, we would look to do this over 12 to 24 months to be, but we can't start no training without the asset.
right. Okay. And then the other.
In the water without the asset.
Right, and then the other hiccup you might have is it's like other industries where recruiting is a little bit hard, right? Just nationwide.
Yep.
Okay.
So I believe this helps recruiting. And this gentleman, Chief Jones back here, he sits to a lot of interviews with me. And we'll have a lot of the younger people come in and go, what services do you run? We'll say, currently we run engine and medic. They're like, you don't have a specialty like a ladder truck or rescue or hazmat? No. Well, I'll just wait for Fairfax to call. And that's just the truth. That's the nature of the beast. We don't have a whole lot to offer.
Right.
We have to be honest up front, and this may give us an avenue to where we can start attracting more.
And keeping, right? Because let's face it, it is kind of cooler to be on the truck.
There's a staff up there right now. They're all already arm wrapping over who's going to ride a ladder truck.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
You're welcome.
Any other, do you have a question? Yes.
Yeah. So for the ladder truck, I guess to go back on the staffing, you would need probably at least, 4 or 5 firefighters every time that ladder truck goes out?
So minimal is 3.
3?
And then the recommended NFPA, which we just watched the video was 4 people.
4, right. That's what it
If
was.
we had 4, that would be great. And that's why we said somewhere between the 12 to 15 to get us there.
Yeah.
And then after that, we'll go from there to where we're at.
Yeah. And then currently, how many people in the station any given day?
Every day there's at least 6.
6. So you take 4 out, you got 2 left behind. Yeah.
So, and right now, the 6 people that are there tonight,
Yeah.
one's going to be the battalion chief, who's the instant commander.
Right.
2 of them are going to be on the medic unit, and the other 3 are going to be on the fire engine.
Exactly. And if you have multiple.
And the fire engine also requires technically 4 people, but we run a minimum of 3.
Yeah.
Because we just have to deal with the staffing woes we got.
Yeah.
But
No, my brother drives a fire truck, the ladder truck in Fairfax.
that's what we did.
Yeah. So he,
he.
yeah, he tells me he's like literally 4 or 5 individuals go at a time at each call.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's a heavy staffing goes into that. My question is this an information item, or are we actually taking an action tonight on this?
We'll take a vote. There's a motion.
For the purchase of the ladder truck.
For the
from
purchase of it,
Manassas,
right?
And I think the mayor has the staff recommendation.
Yes,
correct?
I do.
Plus the equipment as well, 100,000 for the equipment.
Yes, so
throw that
what
in there.
we were asking for was, and I think it would be the staff recommendation was, we were asking for the 294.9 for the ladder truck,
Oh, here.
which is being requested from Manassas. And I do know they have other people coming from Maryland this week to look at it. They were coming last week to look at it. They put them off because they wanted to hear what we want to do tonight. Because with that asset sitting here in Manassas Park, plus the one they have right there in Old Town, that helps both cities with their ISO rating. As we're trying to lure businesses into our city, it also helps the residents with fire insurance taxes go down. So that's why the fire chief in Manassas City said, I'll just hold off. I'm waiting for you to tell me yes or no.
Okay.
If you say no, I'll bring the people from Maryland and we'll look at it. So he's like, this helps me as much as it helps you. So they're trying to do us a favor tonight.
And will this fit in our current garage?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's exact, I mean, same length, height, and everything.
Everything the same. Okay.
Let's go to Preston. If you're done,
yeah,
are you
no.
done?
Yeah.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any questions?
No, I mean, I've just a comment. I mean, I think it was New Year's Eve. I live in the Point Park Station, and that's a garden style apartments. And New Year's Eve, we had a small fire, and I saw a ladder truck from Buck Hall, and I believe an engine from Yorkshire, and it is, I mean, mutual aid is great. And what I saw firsthand were, if we had a ladder truck, it would have been, we were great again, but it would have been faster. And I just saw firsthand where you have that that not coordination and vehicle after vehicle coming, not as responsive as our fire station over on the street. And I just happened to see that New Year's Eve because I stayed in that night and the fire happened. So that was a learning lesson for me. And that's why I think that although we don't have the staff and the training, that this is an asset that we need to have. And so I took that as a blessing and in disguise and a great learning lesson that evening. So I'm in support of this.
I can just add to Preston's point too. When we have a big emergency, like if a big hurricane actually hits us, I've just seen it from the last couple of years when we've thought we were going to have some emergencies when it came to law enforcement as well. Each jurisdiction is going to prioritize itself, rightfully so. So sometimes you can foresee something in the future, a hurricane, look what happened with Ida, where we are going to be on our own. And we're really dependent on our fire and our police, managing those assets from the EOC, and we can't necessarily depend on getting other support when they're going to be dealing with their own crises at the same time. So it's just something else to kind of put out there that we do have a changing world, and we are seeing natural events increase in intensity, and we need to be ready for that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm an optimist. I think that if you have that ladder truck and there is 3 weeks from now a call at an apartment building, I'm betting you're going to be able to get that person off the 5th floor.
I'm betting you're probably right.
I have faith.
We like to be proactive, so I think you would be.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions?
I mean, just one comment. As we grow our city and develop new developments coming, the staffing level should be a priority for the department, the EMS, even the police too. So that we could serve our residents quickly, efficiently, and effectively. So keeping it at the same status with growing population is not going to work.
And I agree. And remember, with the priority roadmap, we're talking about developing what it means to fulfill our goals with core services, with police, fire, and schools. So the plan was, and Chief Soper's kind of jumped a little ahead and kind of defined what it means to you all to get to funded core services. We're going to do the same thing with P. So we plan on developing reports for each, and I plan on working with the superintendent for schools as well, and defining what that means for education as well, and bringing that back to you all as well. So this is kind of an initial for the fire department and what that means. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no more questions, okay. The motion is that the governing body authorize the city manager to negotiate and sign the necessary contractual documents to purchase the 2014 Rosenbauer ladder truck from the city of Manassas for $294,900, with up to $100,000 in additional expenses for required equipment, for a total cost not to exceed $394,900 to be funded by ARPA, as presented, subject to final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 9C, Social Services CSA Administrator. Good evening, Randy. We don't get to see you very much.
DSS Director, good to see all of you. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. I'm going to keep this short and sweet, hopefully. I am here tonight for a position amendment, staffing recommendation that our budgeted part-time CSA Administrator position become a full-time position, utilizing ARPA funding to cover the difference in the salary to include benefits. I'm here asking for that, not only because we could always use additional staff at DSS, but because we've had difficulty filling the position. The entire state right now, social services is hiring for this type of position, family service workers. And we're finding it very difficult to get a qualified part-time applicant. We did recently hire a full-time position and found that to be much easier to do than a part-time position. We even asked some of those individuals that didn't get the position but that were qualified to apply for the part-time position, and I got a lot of thank you but no thanks back. You know, a lot of individuals are looking for full-time position, full-time benefits. Not only that, we're finding that the state is doing a better job with advertising to new graduates, and many of those new graduates, just like what we hired with Miss Emma Gonzalez, they are under a stipend program that requires them to work a certain percentage of a position for a certain length of time from receiving the stipend from the state of Virginia Social Services. So yeah, I'm here tonight to see if we could move forward with making the amendment to post this position as a full-time position and hire as a full-time position.
Okay. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. I always forget this because it's in just my department, but this would also be a position that would be reimbursable through laser. So I always forget that, even though it's ARPA funding for the difference, that position would still be submitted to the state, to laser, for reimbursement.
That's a good point. I forgot my analysis to factor that out. But when we start, invoicing the state, we'll see how much we get back, and then that would limit how much ARPA funds we would have to utilize for this.
Okay, any questions?
Just thank you for the presentation. How will this impact the statistics or the service delivery in your department? I mean, how many more people will be served?
Well, I don't know specifically how many additional clients, but what I can say is this position is going to be focused on our CSA program, which is the largest program within our department. It's the largest budgeted line within our department. It is a program that's focused towards our at-risk youth. We work closely with the schools. It's tied to monthly meetings that we have called FAPT and CPMT, where services are reviewed through IEP. So it's a very important program area that at one time was staffed by a full-time individual prior to our 2008 recession that we had, where we lost individuals. So I think the impact that it would have in the department to be able to have one individual focus in that program area, then also have the additional hours going towards the need that we're seeing with our increase in our foster care and our CPS numbers.
And if you remember, Randy presented a few months ago kind of the ratios of employees to foster kids, employees to, so this will help improve that ratio. So we can go back and crunch some numbers when Randy presents to you all, I think in October for the FY21. We can go back and kind of update those numbers if this is approved, just to see how that would improve that as well.
So my second question for you, City Manager, since our funds are temporary and we lose them by 2025, what's your plan for make up this? I mean, this person will be on board full time. How do you make up the gap?
Yeah, so with Randy reminding me about, and I don't know why I forgot about this, the state does reimburse us a significant amount. That's what makes hiring new positions for Randy's department a lot easier. It reduces the financial impact. There would be one, but it would be much smaller. Usually the state will cover roughly 65% of the position. So we'd have to we already have in the long term funding for half. So we'd have to come up with roughly 40 to 45% of that other half of a quarter worth of funding for that. So it would require just scaling back other things, but not significantly. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm angry at myself because I should have remembered that.
Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any questions?
I'm a numbers guy, I should know that.
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks.
Okay, if there's no other questions, okay. Staff recommendation is that the governing body authorize the conversion of the CSA part-time administrator position to a full-time position, instead utilizing ARPA funds to cover the additional costs.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Randy. Okay, next is Manassas Drive Sinkhole Project plus other authorizations, ratification of contract, excuse me.
Evening again, Mayor Rischel, Vice Mayor Banks, members of council, citizen staff, and guests. Calvin Odell, the Director of Community Development. About a month ago, I stood up here and we had what we thought was just a failed joint in a culvert pipe. We were asking Bowman Consulting to look at 3 different options for potential repairs. So they quickly started doing the floodplain analysis and preliminarily designing 3 different solutions so they could price them out for us, give us benefits. Unfortunately, we had some substantial rains that proved we had a bigger problem than we thought. We started losing a lot of material very fast. And in order to not jeopardize the roadway, we asked Shirley Contracting to provide us with a time and materials quote to come in and execute a point repair so we could stop the material loss. Shirley had provided that time and materials quote for the point repair at $260,261. In addition to that, they also needed a bypass set up to divert the stream away from the culvert. That involved a monthly bypass pump rental of $52.32, and then we had to bore underneath Manassas Drive to install pipes for the water to travel through. That was $11,849. So all in total, Shirley's costs in this are $277,342. Bowman, their plans for design has sort of changed. They're no longer looking at 3 different options for us, so they had been up until last Tuesday. But they're now more in a design completion of a single task and a project management phase. Last Tuesday, I was afraid I would be standing here before you guys asking for $1.6 million to open cut Manassas Drive all the way across and get rid of the pipe. Because everything we were excavating up until we got under the turn lane was completely deteriorated. Looked like Swiss cheese, was coming out in pieces, had no bottom to it. When we got under the original Manassas Drive, the pipe actually appears to be in much better condition. We're still not 100% certain of the bottom condition, but we have had Amliner and some other companies out to look at it, and they do believe that it can be lined in its current condition. So tonight I'm here to ask for ratification of a couple items and a couple more expenditure items so that we can finish the point repair of the pipe so that we can get a liner in place so that we can avoid open cutting Manassas Drive or the even more expensive costs of boring for a new pipe, a jack and bore underneath Manassas Drive. Amliner has provided us a quote. Shirley's currently talking with a couple of other lining vendors as well, but Amliner has provided us with the necessary materials to come to establish our own estimate for the work. It's $194,410. That brings the total for the actual for Bowman's work, Shirley's work, and potentially Amliner's work to $534,103.28. Of course, there's still a lot of variables left in this repair project. So we would like to attach a 20% contingency to that. That's 20% contingency comes out to $106,820.66 for a total potential project cost of $640,923.94. It's better than 1.6 million. So I was very happy last Tuesday when we actually realized that we were going to be able to line rather than to have to open cut Manassas Drive and disrupt traffic in that manner. Currently, we're taking expenditures for this out of the stormwater replacement, repairs, and upgrades and maintenance line, referred to as RUM. The original budget for this year for that RUM line was only $397,562.50. There's already $65,618 in encumbrance on that line, so that leaves it remaining budget of $331,944.18, which leaves a delta for the project at $308,979.76, which is why the city manager is recommending the use of ARPA funds to actually cover this repair. The contract with Shirley, the time and materials, is simply a ratification before you tonight. The contract with Bowman is again a ratification. However, we're asking you to authorize the city manager to enter into agreement with Hamliner or potentially another lining vendor for a total amount of $194,410 with the contingency built into, or with the contingency above that. So we have a bit of flexibility in that. Any questions about what's going on out there, or?
Just one addition to with what we thought we were going to have to do last week. There was a very real chance that we would have to make Manassas Drive one lane on each, or on one side, really on the other side there, which would have created a traffic nightmare for potentially 2 months. So we're very happy that we were able to get this resolved.
We're not really sure how we were even going to accomplish that because of the position of the railroad tracks. You don't have enough room to taper traffic after the tracks, so we were going to have to attempt to shut down to bi-directional traffic somewhere around Park Center Court, which was going to create a lot of headaches here getting in and out of City Hall, especially with all the construction going on around us, and then not to mention Park 170 across the street. So it was not an ideal situation to open cut, although it was going to be much more expedient than a potential 4 to 5 month process of jack and bore. So this option is both more affordable and less impactful on traffic. And everybody feels very confident right now that with the condition of the pipe, that this liner will be in place for 40 to 50 years without problems.
And also to add, we are looking, just to reassure you all in the public, there's 3 other culverts in that area, one crossing Manassas Drive, and then 2 on Railroad Drive. We are evaluating those rapidly, and that's why you can see with my ARPA request later, I am asking for additional funding. There's some potential kind of new ways to strengthen those culverts as well, so that we don't deal with this, because that area of Manassas Drive is incredibly critical for our traffic flow, and then Railroad Drive for accessing the VRE as well. If something happened to those culverts, essentially VRE or access to that parking lot, you wouldn't be able to access that. So it'd be a huge transportation issue as well. So we are quickly evaluating those other 3 culverts as well, and I hope over the next few months to bring something back to you regarding those culverts as well.
It makes sense to use ARPA funds. On PDF page 134, did you notate, City Manager, the difference between the verbal amount and the numerical amount?
Let me see here.
I sent an email on that earlier.
Where's this?
It's from the task order.
Second line down on 134.
Yeah, go to the task order.
Did you get my email?
I was in till 6.
Okay.
Let me see here.
It's covered by the motion. So when
Okay.
you make the motion, but it is good to note it that it was a typo. So right there, it should be 62,351.28.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It's correct 2 other places, but the ambiguity there. So we just clarify that is going to be 62,351.28.
341.
But like you say, it's covered by the motion.
It is covered by the motion.
Excuse me. Okay. Any questions? Yes, Councilman.
Calvin, the liner's going to line the entire culvert, or is it just the piece that's corroded?
No. So the point repair will still go on. That's why Shirley's costs haven't changed. The bypass and what we've had to go through to get rid of the water coming to the site has slightly changed Shirley's price, but their time and materials estimate for the point repair has not changed.
That's going to take place.
So they have already excavated till they're at good pipe. They have to install a new piece to attach to the existing piece that goes to the head wall. When it's all one contiguous repaired pipe section, then the liner will go in, be cast in place, and that's what provides your stability and your longevity, additional smoothness, so you get better Manning's equation results out of that. So all in all, lining, whether it's slip lining or this cure in place pipe lining, is a commonly used approach by all of our neighbors and VDOT. It's a very good way to rehab a culvert.
If anyone's interested, there's some wonderful videos on YouTube about cure-in-place pipe. Yeah, no, they're quite good.
I'm sure that sounds good. Thank you, Calvin.
Questions?
I just have,
Yes.
I guess I just want to, understand, or I guess want to feel what the governing body thinks about using the ARPA funds versus the Stormwater Enterprise Fund, and why you're recommending the ARPA versus the Stormwater.
Yeah, if you see the stormwater fund balance right now is about 1.4 million. So with Calvin's analysis, it would go down to 1.1 million. But then we'd also not be able to do any other stormwater projects for the rest of this year because it would take the entire repair budget from that. So we started depleting our fund balance. And remember, the plan is to keep building that fund balance for the eventual massive project that we have with the Russia branch. So we have opportunities right now with the ARPA fund and not impact the culvert, the stormwater fund balance. So that would be my recommendation to do that, but it's not necessary. We can tap into the fund balance. It just makes, again, just harder for us to tackle the
It would seem that we would not want to be in a position where we might have to raise the stormwater fees on residents.
Agreed.
Well, I was thinking that if we did use stormwater, then couldn't we just use the ARPA funds for future?
Yeah, absolutely.
But, it could be vice versa, like either way, interchangeable, basically.
Well, or maybe both.
Both, yeah. So I am increasing in the ARPA budget how much we're allocating to stormwater from my last recommendation, simply because we need to safeguard these culverts before we have
definitely,
a real issue. But we don't have money enough in our stormwater fund balance to tackle all that while still getting ready for Russia branch and for ARPA. We can't use that purely for Russia branch because that would probably deplete the fund. So if we want to do other things, so what I have in the ARPA budget is at least to get us the design engineering for that, so that we can start applying for federal and state grants for Russia branch. But again, we can use it. It's not the biggest impact, and it won't completely deplete our fund balance, but it will start reducing it when the goal is to keep building it every year. And also have some flexibility with our budget, because this would deplete that RUM budget for repairs this year to zero. So we'd have to amend the budget essentially mid-year to add more capital spending for stormwater.
Do we have any other potential projects that might be
ongoing repair in the Connor Center?
Yeah.
I really don't see a reason that we should not use ARPA. I mean, it's there.
Yeah.
It's manna from heaven, And I don't want us to be even near a position where we might have to raise stormwater.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think residents would like that.
Right.
No. Okay. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any questions?
I disagree to use the ARPA funds instead of the stormwater funds.
Okay. Do you have any questions? No? Are we in general agreement for ARPA funds?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you finish your presentations? Okay, thank you. Okay, didn't want to. Okay, there are 4 motions with this. First, that the governing body ratify the actions taken by the city manager to address the sinkhole on Manassas Drive near its intersection with Railroad Drive, including, but not limited to, the following as presented. Entering into an agreement with Shirley Contracting Company, LLC, to conduct the upstream repair of the 54-inch cure-in-place pipe at an estimated cost of $277,342, and signing task order number 4 with Bowman Consulting Group Limited for engineering services related to the emergency work on Manassas Drive at an estimated cost of $62,351.28.
Moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. The next one Next motion is that the governing body authorize the city manager to negotiate and sign an agreement with a rehabilitation company for rehabilitation of the culvert at an estimated cost of $191,410 to ensure that the work can be accomplished as expeditiously as possible, subject to final review by city attorney. Motion?
194.
I'm sorry?
You said 191.
Yeah.
I said what? I'm sorry.
You said 191,000. It should be 194,000.
Oh, excuse me. Let me reread the motion. That the governing body authorize the city manager to negotiate and sign an agreement with a rehabilitation company for rehabilitation of the culvert at an estimated cost of $194,410 to ensure that the work can be accomplished as expeditiously as possible, subject to final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Number 3, that the governing body approve a 20% contingency of $106,820.66 for the entire project.
Moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. And the 4th motion is that the governing body direct the city manager to use American Rescue Plan Act funds to pay for the Manassas Drive sinkhole and culvert repair project.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you, and thank you, Calvin. Okay. 9E is Rosebud and Golf Course Cul-de-sac Islands. Is that still you, Calvin? Okay.
Still me.
Do you want to grab it?
I had him up.
I don't know. I got to share.
Is it warm in here or is it just me?
It's warm in here.
Yeah, it got hot.
It is warm.
These don't help.
No,
Really burning up.
warm, yeah.
Preston, can you see the slides?
Preston, can you see the slides? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, wanted to give the governing body a presentation, ask for a little direction on an issue that's come up in Bloom's Crossing, the subdivision. Earlier, I believe it was last summer, that we discovered that the HOA had been maintaining all of the medians and islands and such through their mowing contract. And the city was asked to take that over because no one could find an agreement where the HOA had agreed to maintain those, and they are features within public right-of-way. So we started having, we work under our contract to mow those medians, but there's the issue left of a couple of landscaped island. I think there's actually 3 in Bloom's Crossing, but we're specifically talking about 2 that the fire department has had continual issues with. They are just landscaped islands. There's no real grass to speak of, but there is a significant amount of plantings that are causing some issues, especially when people are parking in the circles themselves that these islands inhabit. We go through some pictures and show you why this is what they currently look like and their overgrown status. They need to be manicured and taken care of probably a couple times a year by a landscaping company. We get people, this happens to be transportation program manager's truck, but people will park like this from time to time. Here's some public works vehicles. You can see that when vehicles are parked in these circles, there really isn't room for a second vehicle to get by. So I think, you know, where we're going with this, it really can cause some real issues for fire and rescue response because these lanes are so narrow that a fire truck then has a lot of issue trying to get around, especially if there's a parked vehicle there. The truck right now, just to dodge a parked truck, is up on the island, and the tree limbs are brushing up against it. You can see that, this is not good for our equipment. It's not good for expedient access to a subdivision or to a house. That picture doesn't show very well, but it's you can see the fire truck wasn't going to make it without driving significantly up on the island, which has large trees. So the fire department had raised concerns about being able to access homes. This is a code issue. In both of these instances on Gulf and Rosebud, these are longer than 150 feet. These cul-de-sacs, the road in the cul-de-sac is more than 150 feet in developed length. So the code would then say that you have to have an approved turnaround. We discussed this a lot. I know there's some new body members here, but we discussed this during a town hall when the issue of parking in cul-de-sacs came up. We explained that there's regulations and guidelines in place for providing appropriate amount of room for fire apparatus to turn around in. With these islands, the fire department clearly does not have that turnaround. So the question we really need to address here is we are charged with maintaining these landscaped islands. They do create a problem for fire apparatus access. Do we wish to just remove these landscaped islands and just have paved cul-de-sacs to make it easier for the apparatus to access? Or do we want to keep these islands and pay to maintain them? Either through our mowing contract with a landscape company or through a separate contract with a landscape company. How do we want to address this issue? Staff is looking for direction on how we should allocate resources to this, what direction we should be looking into. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Calvin. I find it troubling that they were not constructed to fire code standards in the very beginning.
Yeah, we seem to see, there was through around 2000, site plans did not tend to address this issue correctly, and they weren't providing proper turnaround. Some of the cul-de-sacs and courts and Bloom's Crossing are rather large, but some of these were very small. Oftentimes, that's just a site designer trying to fit all the elements they want into a small space.
Right.
And it wasn't caught on plan review. They weren't required to make them bigger at the time of plan submission. And now we're stuck with a non-conforming issue essentially. But since the city has control of these right-of-ways and they are ours to deal with, we can improve the situation for fire apparatus access by removing the islands. That then removes any long-term maintenance costs for maintaining the landscape in them. However, if the governing body so chooses, we can leave these landscape islands, but then we'll have to figure out what the long-term maintenance cost of the landscaping is going to be.
Right. And it doesn't fix the problem to make it compliant for fire code. Okay. I have a feeling that on a variety of issues, we'll continue to ask ourselves, how did that happen over the years to come? Questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is it legal to park around a cul-de-sac? I thought it was illegal.
So they were not designed fire lanes in the plans.
Yeah.
So there's really, we could prohibit parking there.
Right.
The city manager has the authority to prohibit parking. We have tried that before. The residents were not very happy about that. We're all familiar with the complaints ongoing about lack of parking in the city. Without them being designed fire lanes, we really have no enforcement mechanism. If the city were to so choose to make them no parking areas, that would help the situation. But it's still not going to make these cul-de-sacs compliant. They're still not wide enough to comply with the fire code. The real concern here is the islands themselves take up valuable real estate
Yeah.
That could better be used for maneuvering apparatus if it was just pavement.
Well, I thought it would just be common law. I didn't think we would need to be.
And remember, we can park in cul-de-sacs parallel.
Right.
But it was the front end or angled parking that was the challenge that we were facing in other cul-de-sacs. So
Well, no, I'm talking about specifically the island.
Yeah.
Cul-de-sac islands.
Oh, having an island there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Parking around it, I thought it was just common law that you cannot just park there. That's access for emergency vehicles.
Well, parking's not actually part of common law. It's actually got to be a statutory law for parking.
Yeah, my thing is that can we make it smaller? I think I like the island. It gives a little aesthetic feel for the community. Taking away shrubbery and stuff, adding more greenery is a plus, right? So,
Even though we have to pay to have it maintained?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be a huge cost.
Can I just point out that the HOA took on the responsibility for maintaining these medians back when the city couldn't do it because they wanted to maintain a certain aesthetic. They've opted to stop doing it. The consequences are what they were back then, potentially. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but they actively chose not to, and arguably only people benefiting are just those people in that cul-de-sac, not the entire city.
I have a question.
Yes.
Other than being just there for decoration, do those islands serve any other purpose?
No, they're not directing drainage in any particular way.
They're just decoration.
Follow up?
No, that was just my question.
Do we have any other islands in the city like this?
I believe there's the three. There's the one at Rosebud, the one at Golf Court, and the one at just in front of the golf course on Manassas Drive.
And that one we're keeping, and we will have to
That's not a
landscape.
cul-de-sac. It's just a throughway.
Calming circle.
Yeah.
almost. So, but we'll be landscaping that one.
Yes.
So we're
Unless you
looking
want to get rid of that one too. It's just it wasn't called upon as kind of the immediate kind of fire. These were fire access concern issues. That's why we brought those forward. But it's your discretion if you want us to evaluate getting rid of that one as well.
So the one at the golf course is not, it's not fire related?
It's not,
there's no
because
issue.
it's just a throughway there. It's not an actual
It's
cul-de-sac.
not a turnaround. It's not a dead end.
Okay.
So it's a circle essentially.
Yeah, but my point is that we'll need to landscape it. So
Yeah.
we will need to be looking for a landscape
Yeah,
contract.
and there are portions of the existing medians through Bloom's Crossing that aren't grass, that have plantings in them. So we'll have to also evaluate whether or not we want to transform that into grass so that it can just be mowed, or if we want to continue to maintain those plantings and the mulch.
Talking about the trees that go down?
The trees, the issue with most of the trees that were planted in the city, especially here through City Center and down through Bloom's Crossing, is they're just too big at this point. When they were first planted, they didn't create many visual obstructions, but now we're getting regular complaints from the bus drivers that if they ride in the lane, the bus is brushing up against the trees. And that's all through Bloom's Crossing.
Lord, we cut down those trees.
Here at City Center, it's
Trees are nice,
especially a big problem. It's causing visual obstructions and making pedestrian access very dangerous.
Are they trimmed on a regular basis, Calvin?
No, we go in once a year and try to trim. And I know the feeling that the Public Works crew has, because I trimmed my massive tree in my front yard at the beginning of the spring. It was a tremendous amount of work, and now I can't even walk into my front door without getting smacked in the face by limbs. You trim them, you try to get them ready for the growing season, and then when the weight of the leaves pulls all the limbs down, they're big again. So it's the trees through Bloom's Crossing and the medians, and the trees here at City Center on the sides and the medians are just too big. They really all need to be reduced in size so they're not such an obstruction to traffic.
My concern is that we be compliant with fire code. That's my great concern here.
Well, that's why I was asking if we could just limit the parking.
Yeah, if we restrict the parking,
Restrict
are
the
we in
parking.
compliance?
No, they won't comply with the fire code just by making them no parking.
And will they comply with fire code if we reduce the island? Because I know,
But you'll
right.
have maneuverability that you don't have. Right now, all you can do is drive in the travel lane. If you had nothing but pavement and you had to do a 3-point turn, you could potentially execute a 3-point turn. Right now, you have 0 options. You just drive in a circle, and if there's no room, you drive up on the median or on the curb on the other side.
I mean, it will avoid that. If there's no car, they could easily avoid hitting the branches. Yeah.
They've had issues when there weren't cars there, so.
Yeah.
Make it parking illegal.
Okay, I think it is parking illegal.
So afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
To give you a little background on, you were talking about concerns about not being built to code and stuff early on. So in 2000 is when the fire code really came into play.
Right.
So these plans are being approved, and whoever was in the position at the time probably wasn't familiar with it because it was brand new. So things like this probably slipped through the cracks. So that's where we're at today. The problem we're having right now is these curbs, they're cutting tires. These tires are extremely expensive on the apparatus. So when there's a truck parked there, the guys run up over the curb because they're in a hurry to get there. We cut tires, cutting rims, stuff like that.
Is that with or without the car parked?
So you got to remember, if they're in a hurry coming to your house,
Yeah.
fire code requires 20 feet unobstructed travel lane all the way through there. Problem is some of these cul-de-sacs are not an actual circle. Some of them are almost like a teardrop shape. So that they can't really get a good angle coming around, even though they have 18 feet on these. Some of these are 18, some of them are 20, depending on where you're at and stuff. The trees are a problem as well. Fire code says 13-foot, 6-inch clearance for anything that would be considered a travel lane.
Right.
So just like he's talking about the school buses and stuff. So the fire code says 13.6 high, 20 feet wide.
Well, the shrubbery could be changed.
Yeah.
I mean, we could put smaller shrubbery there. That's not a problem.
Keep in mind, this is the engine.
Yeah.
Think about the ladder truck you were just talking about.
Yeah, that's true too.
Trying to get to these houses. But the trees, the angles and stuff like that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
No pickup truck there. The ladder truck struggles to make this turn on his cul-de-sac. That's one front tire hitting the curb, rear tire rubbing the curb coming around, if they hit it just right.
Yeah.
So it is extremely difficult.
And does hitting the curb also then damage the axles and all, like the frame of it?
The tire, it'll pinch the tire between the rim, and you'll end up cutting the tire.
Okay.
Some of these tires are upwards of $700 a piece.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that means then the truck is out for
700
for a bit of time.
Yeah. So it becomes very expensive if you're not careful.
Yeah. I don't see how we can not do something about this now that we know that it's out of fire code. I mean, knowing that it does not meet fire code, I think we have a responsibility to do something.
Yeah, but we, with respect, we approved cul-de-sac parking. That was a violation of fire code.
We did, but because there was no other fix.
Right.
We have a fix here.
Yeah.
Remember in that situation, they didn't have we only approved the ones that didn't have any garages or driveways. And a lot of those properties couldn't have driveways or garages because of how they were constructed.
Right.
So they didn't have any parking options. Here, they do have parking options, and the island of the Mayor's Point, that's the obstruction here, the main obstruction.
Can I ask a question? Is the one on Fairview Ave a problem? The island on Fairview Ave, is that a problem? Or Manassas Drive, whatever it is, up by the golf course?
No, that is almost like a roundabout in a way. If you think about it, it looks like they started a roundabout and you just pass around it. We can actually pass by that one because you're going straight. This one, you're having to make the complete 180 to come back out.
Thank you.
I thought Calvin mentioned 3 locations.
That's the third.
That's the third one I just asked of.
Okay. Oh,
It's right outside the golf course.
right. But what's the other one?
Golf and, what is it, Rosebud.
I'm sorry?
Rosebud.
And that's Rosebud right there, isn't
And then
it?
golf court.
Okay.
That's golf.
I don't think that's golf.
That's Rosebud.
Yeah, that's Rosebud.
Because of the picket
No, that's
fence.
not
Keep
golf.
going, right?
And that,
Yeah. The white picket fence.
yeah, and that one driveway, I remember that driveway.
Golf course.
And that's
That's a
golf.
golf, yeah.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
the residents of these courts who purchased these houses, I mean, to some extent, whether great or small, factored these islands into their consideration of the home buying purchase, for aesthetics. And so that's my concern here, and we're going to remove it. Have we consulted with HOAs to get their opinion on the removal of these islands?
Well, Preston, this is not a vote to remove. This is a vote to study. Do a cost analysis, do a code compliance, and outreach to the Blooms Crossing HOA. And there would also have to be a significant amount of outreach to the individual residents, I would imagine. So this is not a vote to remove it. This is a vote to study it.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a quick question. In that study, could we also talk about how, in order to, if we were to keep those and do the landscaping, what we would have to give up in Public Works in exchange for that?
Right.
And I asked this because I've had a resident call me last week about Scott Drive, asking when that's going to get paved. Crozet has got a nice little crater of the moon on it. It does. So it, sitting here, and especially someone on the west side that doesn't benefit from this, I have a really hard time justifying it to the person that's going to come and knock on my door and ask me why. Why are we spending the money on this when I've got to, drive around a pothole or flooding?
And to your point, the vast majority of people, west, central, and east, don't benefit from that. Yeah.
And that's kind of why I would like to see what we'd have to give up as part of that study, what we would have to give up to keep this, as well as any other type of landscaping.
How much is maintenance too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
And for the study, are we bringing on outside consultants or is this internal?
It would be internal.
Yeah, then I have no problem with this. This is going to be internal.
Any other questions, comments? Okay.
I have one more question.
Yes.
As part of that study, will we also talk about how many people are impacted by that? So like how many houses are on or near that versus another street?
Yeah, we can certainly include in there how many houses are on Golf Court and Golf Court that would encounter these on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay.
And we'll be speaking to the HOA and telling them that we are considering taking this out.
Yeah, I believe
That's in the motion. Okay, that the governing body direct the city manager to devote staff resources to further investigate the removal of the islands within the Golf Court and Rosebud Court cul-de-sacs, which will include, first, a cost analysis of removal, labor and equipment versus ongoing maintenance of the island. Second, code compliance. And third, outreach to the Blooms Crossing Owners Association to inform residents of the existing issue and receive citizen feedback. Do we have a second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Yeah, I'm going to oppose. I'm not going to be in favor of removing it.
Okay, so Councilmember Javed is opposed. Are there any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, next is 9F, which is security upgrades, new City Hall, Police, Fire, and Community Center.
Okay, good evening. I'll be turning it over to the police to brief this update on the city facility security upgrade project. I did want to just go over the reminder slide first to kind of remind us kind of why we're here tonight. So we did brief this as part of the CIP proposal. We've been looking for the longest time to upgrade our security systems, especially at the fire department, fire station, which doesn't have right now any of these security systems. With the new city hall coming on board, we're going to have to get something for that. When you come into this building, you have to use your ID to get in, right? So we have to do the same thing with the new city hall as well. So we did plan for this in the CIP, and you can see kind of how we laid out the funding and the timeline. So I just wanted to provide you kind of that reminder that we did talk about this in the past with the CIP, and now we flushed out kind of the contract, and we're trying to move quickly tonight because of pricing. Just as a reminder, we do have that outstanding earmark request that both U.S. senators representing Virginia have moved forward for appropriations consideration, which is a very positive move. So let's cross our fingers that Congress will appropriate funds for this project, but that would likely cover half of the funding for this project. But the reason why we want to move ahead quickly right now is because of prices. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Trevor.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the governing body. Like the city manager said, the agenda item package in front of you this evening outlines a turnkey state-of-the-art security control system upgrade for the entire city facilities. City staff, including city manager's office, police, fire, parks and recreation departments, conducted a complete review of the proposed system. It determined the system identified within the proposal meets the overall security needs of all the facilities, effectively safeguarding lives, material assets, and enhancing the overall safety within our community. I'd like to introduce this time Justice Paxson. He's with BRCI. He's the vendor that we've consulted with. He's here mainly to answer any technical questions you guys may have this evening. BRCI has quoted this project under a Safeware Omnia partner, Homeland Security and Public Safety contract that was awarded to Fairfax County. Purchasing these services through the Fairfax County contract provides the city with a cost-effective method for completing and accomplishing the goals of this project. To discuss briefly our current systems at the police department, there's not a whole lot at the fire department and here at City Hall. These are in the community center. These are legacy systems. What I mean by that, these are systems that are pretty much end of life, requiring costly maintenance. Every time that something happens, we have to bring a vendor out, and it's extremely expensive to get whatever repaired. The video is antiquated analog technology with low quality imaging. At the police department, a lot of our camera feeds, you can actually see the static or the lines going through it, making it so the image is very hard to even make out, let alone identify. The DVRs, or the recording device itself, they're failing, which means if we have to go back in time and view an incident that occurred, there's times it may or may not be there. There's no remote viewing capabilities. What I mean by that is through your smart device, whether it's an iPad, your computer, you can't access these feeds on the cameras. There's vulnerabilities to bypass or spoof the current systems in place at these facilities, and I believe you guys have seen some information on that prior to tonight's meeting. The enterprise system that we're proposing this evening is IT-enabled access control system. It complies with all federal identity, credentialing, and access management. Internet protocol video surveillance system, onboard video analytics, remote camera coverage, controlling access to all city facilities and parking areas, allows the new City Hall building to proceed within the scheduled completion dates, and improves overall security safety practices, day-to-day operations.
Just to add one point, the second to last bullet's important too, because the developer is really ready for us to provide all the technical inputs right now. They're getting to that phase. You can see the building going up where they need to know what we're doing with our security plan for the new City Hall. That's another reason why we're trying to move quicker on this.
We'll start with City Hall. The proposed project, you can see the estimated cost is $315,724. That project consists of 41 access control points or card readers, 32 IP HD intelligent cameras, 8 digital PTZ cameras, IP intercom system throughout the building, your duress and security alarm that reports directly to the police department, which means you don't have a cost monthly to a security service that answers the alarm, and then there's a delay on calling the police department and the chain of events. It goes straight to the police department, along with the 32 terabyte server for data storage.
One of the key alarms that we have is the treasurer's safe. So that's another thing too, kind of direct, quick access to the police.
Moving over to the police department, you see the project's quoted at $365,450. That consists of 54 access card readers, 45 IP HD intelligent cameras, 9 digital PTZ cameras, a 48 terabyte server, 3 intercoms. These are the front door, and there are 2 access gates in the secure area and an access control gate in the secured area at the rear of the building. The fire department is quoted at $77,169. That project consists of 10 access control card readers, 11 digital IP HD intelligent cameras, 1 intercom system for the front door, and a 16 terabyte server. Community center got quoted at $134,307. That has 13 of your access control card readers, 17 HD cameras, an IP intercom system throughout the building, a duress and security alarm that reports directly to the police department, and a 16 terabyte server.
With the community center and city hall, these are just along with our schools, targets for potentially for active shooter events. So we want a system like in our community center, like we have with our schools, to do training, to have kind of the intercom system as well to let patrons know about active shooter events, and direct camera feeds back to the police department, and also police on the scene as well for as fast as possible response as we can. We do great training with our schools, but we want to also get the rest of our city buildings. We saw with Virginia Beach what happened with their city hall, so we know these are potential targets.
All 4 buildings are laid out there with a total of $892,650 for the entire project. Justice provided a draft proposed schedule. You guys can see the most is 120 days. If we were able to move forward on all these projects, he could dedicate a team to move forward on this and expedite these times. We asked Safeware for options as far as financing. One of the options they provided us was a lease purchase agreement through Safeware, which is a BRCI partner, at an interest rate of 2.79% over a 3-year period. This allows the city to install and update all critical security components throughout the 4 main public facilities that we just discussed. You can see the 3 annual payments are $304, $919, and 15 cents each year. That has a total interest of $22,107 and change. The note is come October 1 of this year, we expect a significant increase in costs in both the hardware and materials due to COVID-related manufacturing costs. We're expecting this to be at least 30% or greater.
Yeah, just to echo the price, we are seeing inflation right now throughout many of our purchases, and delays in manufacturing orders. Our HVAC project at the fire station was an absolute nightmare because of shipping delays and other things as well. So this is an impact. This is going to continue to impact us on a lot of projects right now, general inflation and manufacturing delays.
Mm-hmm. Well, the 750 to the 915, that was a 22% increase. So you're estimating 30%.
Yeah, additional. Yeah, remember the 750 was before we had, that was just planning purposes.
Mm-hmm.
This is now actual pricing that we're getting.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's 30% on the roughly 915?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are big numbers for me. I have to use my calculator.
It'll be 270,000.
Oh, with the 20
more.
Additional.
Yeah, 270,000 more roughly.
Okay.
So with this slide, what I wanted to show here was just what we had budgeted. Again, when we plan things, we're not always clear on what final pricing is. See, the high school roof project is an example of that. We just don't know with inflation and with finally getting, fidelity on what you're going to be doing from a project standpoint and final pricing. But so we did our best to kind of forecast what those costs will be by year. You can see year one for FY22, we budgeted 200,000. We'd be spending 305, so that's a loss. Year two, we actually budgeted more than what the costs ended up being. So we have a savings in year two, and then year three again back to a loss. Overall, we would have to amend the CIP by about $165,000. But I do want to again remind you, we have been pushing hard for federal aid on this as well, and we have the best shot right now thanks to our senators who did push this forward for funding approval from Congress.
There's a second phase to the overall city security upgrade proposal here. That's the 16 PTZ cameras you see listed here. They're referred to as CSIS, that's the manufacturer. These cameras can be mounted in mobile locations. They can be moved if need be. These cameras will be utilized in critical intersections, high crime areas, and critical infrastructure areas, or large special events such as the 4th of July and events like that. These 16 cameras are quoted at $222,721.61. Again, the same note that October 1, we're expecting at least a 30% price increase on just hardware alone.
Are they hardwired or wireless?
They're all 4G, 5G data connections.
Okay.
SIM card.
And that price of $222,000 is part of the 914?
That's separate, sir.
Oh, it's separate. Okay.
And an example, we had a couple shootings here in the city at the same location where an individual stood in the street and fired into our residence. These cameras could have been placed in that area, and we would have probably identified the suspects, a vehicle, a tag, and probably would have been able to actually identify the individual. So they have great capability throughout the city. Along with those, like Justice stated, these are 4G, 5G cameras that require a static IP SIM card, similar to your phone or your Wi-Fi device for your laptop. These do carry an annual cost to them, and for all 33 of them, the annual cost is $16,529.04, and that would be through AT&T FirstNet, which is where the city already contracts for our cell phones and other Wi-Fi devices. This time, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and ma'am, I believe you have all 6 staff recommendations.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you very much. Questions anymore? Questions?
Yeah. How are we funding the 222,721?
Yeah, so that was part of this whole project. We put in the full ARPA menu of options budget.
ARPA funding.
Yes, ARPA funding. So ARPA, again, besides direct COVID-19 response, it also talked about investing in economic development or economic recovery, mental health services, housing services, and it put a lot of emphasis on law enforcement and helping to reduce crime and go after gun violence as well, specifically. So they opened it up for use for technological tools to help law enforcement do that. And actually, the president even urged law enforcement agencies across the country to request use of ARPA funding for those purposes. So this was part of your menu of options. And again, with the timeline and everything else, we thought we'd present this as a good project and as an option for you all to consider.
Weren't we ranked the 3rd or 4th safest city in Northern Virginia?
Yeah, so if it's incorporated city, we're usually number 2 or 3 across the state of Virginia, which is great. If it's unincorporated areas, towns, we're usually number 7. I think this year we dropped number 9 this year, so we did drop a little bit.
But we're always in the top 10.
We're always in the top 10, so we are.
It begs the $250,000 for cameras. I mean, I really appreciate all the other security stuff. I'm just not being sold on the 16 crime cameras. If we are so safe and we have a good system in place, and
yeah, it's an extra tool to, as Trevor pointed out, in terms of being able to identify those who conduct shootings or other crimes, to be able to, it's really to help with crime solving, right, for matters that don't go resolved because we don't have. So this just adds this technology to help us address, even though we're not overwhelmed with crime, at least the little crime that we do have, we're making sure that we're putting a stop to it.
How are we going to determine which neighborhoods we're going to put these in?
That would be based on current activities that are going on in problem areas. Like I said, several of them would be in critical intersection areas. So like 28 Manassas Drive, our major intersections, would be where several of the cameras are going to be placed. But like I said, the rest would be dictated by whether we have a large event coming up or we have a certain crimes occurring in certain neighborhoods would dictate locations.
So they're movable?
Absolutely.
Are other jurisdictions using this? They're nearby us?
Yeah, Fairfax County's using these cameras. I could probably send you a list of all the other police departments. Port of Miami's using them. They're being used all over for law enforcement across the country.
I think I've seen these in DC, like on the
DC
streets in DC.
144 homicides last year. They need them.
And traffic is.
Put them all over.
Don't need these.
What's the lifespan on all of this?
Roughly about 5 to 10 years. I mean, these are like bleeding edge cameras. They all support PoE, so the resolution on these cameras are up to the 20 megapixel range. So the lifespan on these cameras, they come with a 5-year warranty, on it, but they'll probably last 10 to 15 years. You obviously want to update it as technology has come out with camera systems, but they're bleeding edge technology.
Has a follow-up, Laura?
No, that's it.
Yes.
Is there any restriction on placing these in residential neighborhoods?
No.
No, so you could put them in front of someone's house if you felt like it.
If it's in a public area that we have a right to be in,
Sure.
It's no different than staying out there with my cell phone recording.
Gotcha.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, the $16,000 are the annual fees for the what are they called? SIMS cards for all the cameras.
Yes.
That's the data plan that goes with those remote cameras. For the people.
I think
Wherever they
And the viewable through cell phone?
Go ahead.
Is the
if you have access to the system, so everything will report back to police headquarters, but the software, if this was approved, there's a mobile app that the police could put in their conflict, so their police cruisers should be able to.
Is there an additional cost for the mobile app, or is that included?
That's also.
Money's done.
I think you have a question.
Is the earmarked funds, if we were to get those, they would not go toward the 222?
They could.
They
I mean,
could
so I think we put
as
that
well?
in the request to the senators. I think we identified intersection cameras as well as part of that project. Yeah.
But intersections are different than neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Now, are you talking neighborhoods or intersections?
Intersections.
So they're not going to go
So
in
you
neighborhoods.
wouldn't put them.
Well, they're intersections. I mean,
They can. We're looking at, majority of them will be in our major intersections, absolutely. However, we have the capability, such as in the shooting I just referenced, we could place one which is actually on a significant street here in the city that would record the street and sides of the road, that would be able to record any type of criminal activity.
Would there be a policy dictating how these cameras are used? Like we did with the drones, we asked for a policy to be drafted?
There can be.
yeah, if that's something you would like, we can bring back a draft if these are approved.
Okay.
I think the concern is targeting certain neighborhoods versus not targeting the other neighborhoods.
Well, with
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
as a
I'd like to also point out, these are not surreptitious recording devices. I mean, you can see the image of it. I mean, you're
oh
going
no,
to see
yeah,
they're
it's
present.
just a perception in the community of why we have more on this side of the neighborhood versus the other
it's
side.
driven by data.
Right,
That's the
right.
thing. You're always going to go. You're going to allocate resources where they're needed.
Right.
Right. So unfortunately, we do have rising. Again, we're still very safe, and we want to remain that way. But there is rising crime statistics that are occurring over the last year, and that's a national trend. So this is just another tool to. The good thing with our police department is anytime something happens, like the drive-by shooting, they move quick to stop it before it gets worse and worse. And that's the goal, and that's the beauty of our police department is how quick they move to stop these things before they spread and become worse. And it's just another tool to help them with that.
How many additional police officers could we hire for $225,000?
So this would be a one-time, so you could use that money for.
Well, till 2025.
Train three, right? Well, three.
Wait, so this would be a one-time
Right, yes,
purchase.
yes,
So
yes.
you could use it temporarily. So if you want, you're saying to use that money for police officers over the next 3 years.
Yeah.
2.5. Yeah.
Why not wait to
And this becomes an asset beyond ARPA,
Yeah.
right?
I would hesitate to replace a recurring cost with capital. Yeah.
why not wait till November to hear what they have to say?
Because of the price increases.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So if I read this correctly, if that funding comes in that the senators put in, it would pay 50% of the total of both things, which is roughly 1.4 if you include the 30%.
No, we're not including the 30% because we're locking that in.
Okay.
So it would.
So if we lock it in.
I think the number that the senators pushed forward jointly was that they would cover, I believe, $450,000 out of either the 890, right, that we have.
Roughly half.
Yeah, which is half. But if we add the other, then it's like 40%, right? So if we do the 222, then we could determine how we want to allocate that funding and what specifically the earmark says as well.
Okay,
But
so make sure I get this straight. The money for just the alarm system, and we're looking at, and I understand now what the note is that if we wait till after October 1, then we're going to see a substantial increase.
Yeah.
However, if we make the decision tonight and the funding comes in from that the senators put in, that'll pay about half of that.
Half of this, correct.
And then the other half is being proposed to come from ARPA?
No,
it's coming out
Yeah,
just-
so think there's two separate issues being brought forward tonight. So one is all the facility security.
Right.
That's the 892.
And that's what half of it'll be paid by if the money comes through from our representatives put in.
Yes, correct. But we did identify intersections. So we identified a total, but we didn't have the full amount when we submitted this to the senator. So they said what they put, from what I gather from Merchant McIntyre, that they would be willing, that what they put in the earmark was to fund $450,000 out of the total cost of whatever we're going to spend here.
Right.
Whether it's
So-
only the 892 or the 1.1 million.
So my question though is, where would the other half of this, the remainder?
It's already in our CIP.
Okay.
Yeah, so all it would do is decrease. So let's say you only approve this 900,000 roughly tonight, and we get the earmark. Now instead of spending all of this via CIP funds, now we're only spending half.
Right.
So it frees up CIP money for other things.
Okay, I get that part. Now, if we're talking about the cameras, that's an additional cost above.
The intersection cameras, correct, and that would be covered 100% by ARPA.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you actually want to think about it, more than 50% is covered by the federal government if we get that earmark.
If we get it. Yeah.
Right.
Do you have a follow-up?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
When we had our prioritization, we as a body, and we discussed the needs of the city, police cameras wasn't on that list. I mean, we talked about paying our police, and tonight we're going to even vote to give them a pass-through of a salary increase bump of $600, and we all want to see more police. But at no point did we say we wanted to buy cameras and put them throughout the city. That was never a priority. So I'm really wondering why this is being brought before us today. I understand it's a good deal. There's a fire sale going on and we can get it 30% cheaper, but that was not a priority. And now we're going to use precious ARPA funds for this.
We did approve the CIP.
I understand when the CIP is paying for the 900, which I totally agree, the 915,000. This is not being paid by the CIP.
If I can.
The intersection, well, they're going to be neighborhood cameras.
Neighborhood cameras.
So in your priorities list,
yes,
we had funding for core services, and we specifically called out police, fire, and the schools. And then with
build out what those core services
correct,
were.
but we defined those three as the core services. Sure. And then in the roadmap, which you approved a few months ago, it said define what that means to fund an effective police department, an effective fire department. Right. Chief Soper talked about what some of those elements are tonight, and then we had to talk with Dr. Saunders about what that means from an educational standpoint. So everything we can do to enhance public safety, that's, from my understanding, at least when we had the
more police officers.
Well, that's defining
paying them more money.
Yeah.
And making sure that they're retained and trained properly.
Yeah. But we didn't say that specific. Like when you guys said core service, we didn't define what that meant. So we can.
I mean, this body may vote for this. I'm going to abstain. I'm not going to vote for this.
We also got that drone too.
I would hope we would at least have a policy to look at.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm a little hesitant without a policy. We still have meetings in September, so if we had some sort of policy that would show where these are going to go and not go, I would be much more comfortable voting for it. And we do, I think, I don't know if this is wrong, but we have at least 1 or 2 more meetings in September where we could vote on it before the October 1st deadline.
I would like to get some, I guess, direction from you all what you mean where it shouldn't go. What does that mean? Because if you task us, we're going to say, well, we're going to look at the crime data. We're going to look at where trouble spots are. That's just intelligence-driven operations. That's just how you do it. And you're going to allocate resources to reduce crime that way. So I guess I'd want to know kind of what that direction is when we craft a policy. Because if I were to craft a policy, I would say, hey, Chief Lugo, Trevor, tell me where the risks are and put the cameras there to help us fight crime in those areas.
I guess I'd like to see what kind of crime, where the line is drawn, like kids throwing, like.
Yeah, what kind of crime? We are a safe city.
Because then they're not intersection cameras anymore, because you're referring to them as intersection cameras, but now you're saying they're going to be in the crime hotspots. So I would like to see what kind of crime would make the cut.
And for how long? Are they there for a week? Are they there for 2 years? Are they there permanently? How long will they be there?
Yeah, I know some people who would love to see one of these in front of their house permanently because they don't like the type of kids who walk past.
If it's movable, right?
So is it going to be complaint driven?
So it's not complete. You would want to see where's crime happening, or at least underlying intelligence about where issues are happening, and we direct it there. If you clear out the crime from that area, now crime is happening in another place, then you shift it if these are movable.
We've talked about crime statistics. I've not as a body seen where these crimes are happening. I would love to maybe get that presentation at some point.
With a map?
Yeah.
So we used to show that, and we were asked not to show on a map where crime spots are.
Give it to us in closed session then.
Can we
just
do
give
that
it to
in
us.
closed session? Okay. All right, we can do that.
Well, let me think that. I'll think that one through.
I'm not saying I'm opposed. I just need more information.
So is that for the cameras only, or can we go ahead
For the
and?
cameras.
I think
Yes,
we can go ahead and vote the 900.
Hold on, I've got.
Chief, you want to come up here?
When we presented this thing was intersection cameras. The
not what
ability
it's
with
now.
these cameras now that we're being presented, it gives us the ability that if we had an issue in a certain neighborhood, we could deploy those cameras there to figure it out what's going on. Whether it's vehicle break-ins, burglaries, shootings, we're able to put these cameras in there. But the initial thing was to provide the whole city the ability to see, especially like Calvin's groups, no removal, see what traffic's like. It allows us to do all those things because the cameras that we currently use through VDOT are not dependable. We have a lot of accidents. We can go back and look to see who caused the accident.
Yep.
People are fleeing. We
Yeah,
have
it's
homicide
different.
here that if we did have an intersection camera, we probably would have got the suspect leaving the area that we are not able to
And they
make
should be
an arrest on at
intersection
this point.
cameras.
Like Major Reinhardt just said, we had a shooting on a major road here that we could have deployed these cameras. They shot it up not only once, but twice, the same house within days. So it gives us the ability that if we have an incident like that, to take that intersection camera down and place it in these areas temporarily until we get what we need out of it.
I have a question.
I do too.
Yes.
So the first thing is there something in the public domain where we can actually see examples of what's captured on a camera?
We could probably get some videos. Yes.
I think that would be helpful. The second one, is there a case study or anywhere, case studies within the police, the police chief union, whatever body of knowledge that talks about the pros and cons of this type of.
That I see, looking through the COG region and talking to Justice here, that it does help solve crime. It does deter crime, especially in bigger cities where they have shooting. If you look what's going on in Prince William County and Manassas around us, there's a lot of shootings.
Yeah.
There's a lot of murders, people getting shot, houses being shot up. This is going to help us be able to solve these type of crimes because it's going to happen here. We went from 3 to 4 safest city. We're at number 9. Our crime rate is up. And it's going to continue to go up, and it's not just us, and that's why some of the funding I think we've seen in ARPA for that was allotted to that was for that, to allow us to combat violent crime. So I think it's going to happen, and it's happening now. Luckily, we're able to control it a little bit, but we're lucky nobody was killed when the house was shot up twice.
Yeah.
How would you know? How would you know where to place the camera if the crime hasn't happened yet? I mean, I think that's what
the majority of stuff we're going to try to do is cover our intersections in our areas. Just in case it's a crime happened, we can catch people leaving. But say if we had one on a side street, vehicle break-ins or somebody shot up a house like we had, not that long ago, we're able to deploy that camera over to see what's going on.
So just to clarify, so someone shot the house, and then again after they came back, right? They weren't done with what they were doing. So
I understand
we'd be able to deploy that and find out.
So, but the thing is, like, for instance, like I think it was like 3 meetings ago, we had a resident on YouTube talking about the many accidents that are happening between Denver Drive and I think the 7-Eleven and Manassas Drive. And a lot of the neighbors around that area are concerned with the lighting in that space, right? So how is the camera going to help if we don't have the infrastructures right now to make that area more visible? So like Councilmember Darrell is saying, I think maybe the money should be utilized in other areas where, to create a safer neighborhood. But I don't know. I just think it might be something that we need to kind of think through versus cameras maybe using, again, we never got a report of like how much accidents are happening in that section, and there's been a bunch. I mean, one after the other. So, like everyone's saying, I think we just need more information before we can actually decide on that.
We deploy that camera to do a study of traffic. I mean, we deploy our speed signs to catch traffic going out, but this actually gives us a visual of what's going on with some of these accidents too.
Can I ask, I guess, what's the concern or the downside with the cameras? I see the upside.
That is $222,000 that we could utilize elsewhere that we still haven't touched yet. We haven't discussed. We haven't allocated.
So it's more about funding.
Yeah.
But it's not just a pure cost. I mean, we talked about in some neighborhoods feeling that they're being abused and youth targeted. That's the word. Targeted by the camera use. They're that concerned.
So yes,
Civil liberties concern. There is that concern as well.
And let's make our way to Preston. He's been waiting for a while. I think he has a question also. Vice Mayor Banks.
Hi, thanks. I got a question for Councilor Lugo. Isn't it? It's kind of a.
That's Chief Lugo to you.
I got demoted on Colonel and Captain. Dang.
It's harder to get rid of crime once it's in your city.
You're saying it's
prevent it from occurring.
You're saying it's harder to get rid of crime?
Once it's in your city.
Yeah,
once you have crime happening in your city, it's harder to get rid of than to prevent it.
I don't believe so. I think if we put the right resources and have the proper equipment and officers being in those areas, we can control it. We've proven that, in other areas within the city where we've put all our resources there and found the individuals that were causing the issues and made some arrests.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen this in Crystal City, especially along the Pentagon City area. They are ripe for crime right now because of their proximity to DC. And they have to step up their measures, including surveillance, because of the crime that's rampant in that area. And that's and we have crime in Manassas Park. We've got drug dealers here. We've got drug deals going on here. And like Captain Lugo mentioned, or Chief Lugo mentioned, we have Burnside Court, the shootings that happen there. So there is crime. It might not be in your court or in your street, but I know it's in my apartment complex. I know I've got drug dealers here. So crime is here. It's just not the ultra homicide violent crime that you see. And I've seen cameras work in DC, and it makes you feel safe. They even put them in the metros because they get robbed or mugged, and there's violence that happens in the metro cars. So the crime, I mean, the cameras are a deterrent as much as they're used for surveillance. And I think that 222,000, I'm sure Chicago wished they had this before all the shootings began.
Chicago.
So this is our state. But the crime is here. So I'm in support of this.
Can I go back to, I'm still trying to figure out the downside. So
Thank you, Preston.
if we have an officer that we're deploying more officers to a certain area because there's more crime, what's the difference between an officer looking at an area versus a camera? From a civil
cameras are
liberty standpoint.
continuously running. People doing.
What if you continuously run officers there? Is that a violation
Well,
of
that's their
civil liberty?
job. I mean, they're gonna.
Well, that's the camera's job to look.
Well, the thing is, what
I'm just trying to understand what the difference is between civil
Maya was
liberties
saying is we're investing money in a camera when we only have invested in the neighborhood first, right? It could be no street lights, but hey, we'll put a camera up here.
Right.
Put a street light, and maybe that'll deter from people breaking into cars because now it's well lit, right?
Well, and so I kind of have, as you're talking, I have some different thoughts about it as well, different point of view.
Sure.
There are instances over on my side of town where there are people driving things on the street that are illegal.
Mm-hmm.
and that's probably the best way to put it, right, Chief?
Oh, out here too. Yeah, we hear that.
And it's just not a one-time, it's constant. So I think that camera would probably, in this instance, I think the argument is that camera would capture those individuals where their origination point is, if they're following a certain path all the time, versus like a resident now will call me, hey, Councilmember Hampton, those people are back again. I'm like, well, did you call them? No. Well, all right, I'll call. Or, you happen to see it. So I think in that type of case, that's probably where, I think that's what they're alluding to, not alluding to, but that's like an instance where it would be used.
Can I go back to streetlights too? Just as a reminder, streetlights are managed by Novec.
Well, it was just an
So
example.
if streetlights are out and we're pushing Novec, please help us. Contact Novec yourself as well to get streetlights back. But that's a Novec issue, and we're very happy to continue to push Novec to fix those streetlights. But again, that's not a direct service that the city, a direct service that the city offers. Is
I'm just
law
giving an
enforcement.
example off of that, is saying that, we should invest in the neighborhoods first, right? And how can we make them safer? How can we deter crime? Minus the camera, right?
So, investments in, again, community centers, good at that, keeping people
Right,
off the streets that way. But this is another tool in that arsenal.
I mean, there's a lot of areas where, people meet up to exchange goods of service, right? Through social media, and they have a spot where they could meet up in front of the police station or wherever, and there's a camera. Yeah, there's a camera there. I'll be okay with that, right? Guess what? Now they're not meeting in areas where it might be more dangerous to meet, right? Downtown fairs or whatever have a mobile camera. That is fine. But when you start putting it in neighborhoods, and we have a red light camera, we have a drone now going, the whole city's going under surveillance.
The state law on the red light cameras, I thought there was a state law that said they can't be put in residential areas, and we can only have 2 in our city that qualify for sites. But now we're going to have these 16 cameras in every intersection. What's the difference in a red light camera? And I understand the function of it, but what's the difference in a red light camera and these 16 cameras that we now think we can put anywhere? I thought the state law prohibited just certain areas in our city.
Well, we're limited by population, but we have a carve out because we're in Northern Virginia, so we can put in a lot more than just the 2. But there's also the stipulation for the red light cameras that they don't count against your points, they don't increase your insurance, things like that, because they're not manned.
Can I also add?
We only put 2 in though. We
I don't know how many we put in, but we only had really.
We could only do 2.
One in a school zone.
Right, it's 1 in the school. That's right.
So the difference is that one of them is, you can argue, is a tax on people, right? There's actual monetary fine associated with red cameras. So there's a cost incurred on our residents for one. The other, there is no cost from a financial standpoint. So I would say that's the big difference.
If you're doing a crime and you're caught, as opposed to speeding and you're caught and given a ticket, they're both fines.
Well, one's more severe. I mean, one's actual arrest. So
one's prison.
Yeah, one's prison.
But they're both.
Well, it's not a fine.
I guess I don't follow.
So I get speeding tickets all the time, or not all the time. I've gotten speeding tickets, right? I'm not a criminal, right? But I pay the fine. How many of our residents have paid parking fines over the last year? I'll say there's a big difference from parking fines and traffic fines than there are from criminal arrests, and parking fines and speeding fines are just more prevalent. So they're a much more a bigger financial burden on the majority of residents, whereas something like this would be an impact on criminals, right? So I think that's the big.
Well, unless they're drunk driving and they're hitting people. But I think Councilman Mincy hit the point. We have other meetings in September to get the deal before October. I would like to see the policy on how we would use these things, where they'd be used, what would be the duration, what data would they be based on, before we vote on having these cameras installed.
To me, that's a level of micromanagement.
No, it's just a policy. I'm just asking to see a policy.
Well, first of all, I think we've lost sight of the fact that these are intersection cameras and they will not be placed willy-nilly in the neighborhoods. It has to be data-driven. If there's a problem, that's when the camera will go into the neighborhood. And if your neighborhood is the neighborhood that has a problem, you're going to be darn glad we've got that.
But I'm just saying to see a policy. I'm not asking to write the policy. To me, that would be me overstepping my bounds. I just want to see the policy that they draft for us to review as a,
Even
as a
if
policy
it's
body.
as simple as a policy that says it will be data-driven.
But it has to be, that doesn't tell me duration. Data driven for how long? 2 years in that neighborhood? 6 months?
Well, they would not
3
leave their
weeks?
resources there for that long.
Well, we don't.
Why
but
would
then
you leave
put
a
it in the
resource?
policy? Put it in the policy. I'm just saying, make it so that this body, the policy body,
So
can
we
read
would do
it.
an SOP.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
We would do one regardless. I mean, we were gonna do one for the drone, we're
Right,
working on now.
right.
We could draft on one for the intersection cameras, and if we were to deploy them to a neighborhood, what would be the, the reason to deploy them and.
Yeah, but
Duration,
I think
reason.
duration,
I think you might jeopardize.
That would be
factor
helpful.
in, how long is the crime going on in there?
Yeah, so we can draft that policy. So you're looking to see this just before you can vote for approval. So that's
To
kind
me,
of the.
yes.
Same.
22, or are you willing to vote for the 9?
I'm voting for the 9:15 tonight.
Same.
It's just the camera.
It's just the cameras.
Which motion is the one for the?
Number 3.
Laura
You
has
want
a
to sever number 3.
I do have a,
Laura has a.
yeah, I have a
comment,
question.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
And I don't know who's the best, it's either Dean or the police department to answer this. If that SOP becomes public, is there any,
Yeah.
okay, good. That's, okay, that's what I want to know.
Oh, no.
Same with the drone program, we will not.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Good question.
Any other? Preston, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from here? Okay, so number 3 is the one we skip, is that correct?
And also, let me see.
What's the one associated with that for the funding also?
The SIM card, you have to do part of that one right here. Number 4.
No, but I'm trying to see the.
Skipping number 3.
So it only is the number 3 plus.
What,
Well,
Preston?
but then there's the funding associated with it.
Yeah, I think it's within the motion already. It talks about ARPA funds. So I think
Let's
that's.
see.
I don't believe so. We could sever the motion.
Yeah. So how much would it go down?
You subtract 16 from 33, I'd have to requote that. So ballpark divide that by 33.
Oh, got it.
You
Okay.
tracking?
So how many would we have in?
17.
I wish you guys could.
No, we can still keep it, but so we'd have to go from 33 down to what?
Wait until-
Okay, you're getting rid of number 3 and number 4 because
No, that number 4 would go from 33 cameras
To 17.
or 33 sims to 17.
17, gotcha.
Usually we break right
We still
before.
need those for the buildings.
Yep.
And then what about number 5 and 6?
Anybody increases
Yeah,
to.
okay.
That's fine. That's part of number 1.
And 6 is good for the.
You're not.
Yeah, and that's the ongoing cost, so we still need that.
So you'd want to not vote on number 3. Number 4 needs to be modified slightly.
And number 6 has to do with the cameras, right?
No, so number 4 and 6 are related, right? The ongoing like AT&T cost, right? So the number 4, it would drop from 33 down to 17, and then what we'd have to come back with a dollar amount, but you still have to increase the telecom wireless budget for all the facility SIM cards that we need. So the dollar amounts would decrease. I don't know what that would be tonight, but we would only get the 17, right? So it would be under what we have here in the motion. We wouldn't.
Less than the 16.
Correct.
So number 4 and number 6 will be modified. Okay.
Well, 6, I wouldn't know how to modify number 6. I think you're fine with number 6, that is, but you won't have that full cost. It won't go up to 106,000.
Okay.
I don't know what the amount would be, but it wouldn't go all the way up to the 106,000. And then 4 would just be modified from 33 down to number 17.
So you're getting 17 now?
Yeah.
So that the total cost then would be 8,515 and 45 cents.
9,000.
$8,515.45 for 17.
But is that accurate? Is it exactly that amount?
I can't say that's.
Yeah, so
I would
can
say
we
probably
put-
just factor for 9,000.
I would just say 9,000 then, just to
Okay.
play it safe. Yeah, and then it would be, and then
Not
number
to
6
exceed
would,
9,000, yeah.
yep, and then number 6 would go from 90,000 to 99,000 instead of 106,000.
So it would go what? Excuse me.
Yeah, so number 4, it would drop from 33 down to 17 cameras or SIM cards.
With a
Okay.
not to
then-
exceed amount of 9,000.
Not to exceed 9,000.
Right.
Okay.
And then number 6,000 to 99,000.
With 99.
Yeah.
So it will still read from 90 to 99,000. Okay. Okay.
And then number 3 is just skipped entirely for now.
Okay, got it.
I have one more question before we proceed, sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Why are we not including the Public Works building for the...
We're going to eventually move out of that building, so we'll eventually bring something like this back whenever we get their new building.
Okay. So the cameras will be in the new building then?
In their new building, we're going to want to outfit them with proper security.
And then for the parking garage, VRE paying or we're paying?
It's a good point. That hasn't really been resolved, but some Dean whispered in my ears. I think it's some, again, that's going to be, I think, a future consideration for the parking garage and Public Works building as well, if we feel we need it at the parking garage. But I do agree that's, especially at nighttime, that could be an area where you would want to have. But I think, I almost remember the VRE saying they would have cameras. From what I remember from that conversation.
They will on their 3 floors, but we have
us on
our
our
4th
bottom.
one. So.
But maybe we just jump on their contract.
Well, how about exterior too? Nothing in the exterior?
Why? I don't know what VRE is going to be doing.
I'm not sure they have it on their exterior. Yeah. But again, yeah, it's more, I think, more for internal security for people walking back. Yeah.
Okay. Follow-ups? Follow-up, anyone? Okay, last call. Okay, staff recommendation is that the governing body approve and authorize the city manager to sign an agreement with BRCI Safeware for the purchase and installation of a citywide surveillance and security upgrade system for the new city hall, the police station, the fire station, and the community center at a cost not to exceed $892,650 as presented, subject to final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 2, that the governing body authorize the city manager to approve and sign a lease purchase agreement to finance the citywide surveillance and security upgrade system at an interest rate not to exceed 3% as presented, subject to final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, that the governing body authorize the city manager to approve and sign an agreement with FirstNet, AT&T, for 17 static IP SIM cards for the 4 and 5G PTZ remote storage cameras at a cost not to exceed $9,000 as presented, subject to final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. And lastly, that the, oh, wait.
2 more.
No, 2 more. That the governing body direct the city manager to increase the CIP budget amount in FY22 from $200,000 to $304,919.15 as part of an FY22 budget amendment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Did Preston vote? Preston, did you vote? Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Okay, lastly, that the governing body direct the city manager to increase the budget amount in FY22, line item GL-100-12,500-5232-00-00-00, telecom-wireless from $90,000 to $99,000 as part of an FY22 budget amendment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Okay, next is 9G, and that would be HB 599 Law Enforcement Funds FY21 bonus.
Yeah, so the police department has another agenda. We didn't realize we had this funding. Apparently, the governor last year signed a budget bill that included an allotment of approximately $7.5 million to be distributed by the Department of Criminal Justice to local police departments. We actually received our funds back in January of this year. We thought it was part of the 599 fund increase that they were talking about, and it was actually for allotted for like recruitment, retention, and criminal justice reform. So we looked to see areas. The only reason I found out about it is because they asked me for a survey what I spent the money on, and I didn't realize we received the money. So after doing some research, we realized we had the $18,000 available. So what we're requesting is a retention bonus for sworn personnel. So it would come out to roughly about $649 one-time bonus to all sworn personnel. I know the city manager is working on the final year budget to any surplus of funds to provide city officials or staff in a bonus. So the ones that wouldn't be covered, like our dispatcher or admin people, would be eligible to receive those funding. So the request is that the funds be utilized to provide a $649 one-time bonus to all sworn personnel who served in FY21 and are still with us during this retention incentive. The cost for this incentive has no financial impact to the budget since it's a one-time and there's no reoccurring cost.
This is just more or less pass-through funding, right? Yeah, okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Preston, do you have any questions?
No question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, with no questions, the motion is that the governing body authorize the use of HB 599 funds to provide a one-time bonus to all sworn police officers who worked for the city in FY 2021 and who are presently working for the city. Do we have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Preston? Opposed? Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, COG Farm Committee membership dues, 9H.
We're running pretty late here, so I'll just open it up to any questions that you may have from this agenda.
Okay, so you don't have a presentation,
I
right?
don't. I think
Okay.
it's pretty self-explanatory. They're looking to essentially add a new due
Yeah.
from the city to fund this effort.
Yeah, you know, I looked this over and I had some concerns. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that there is food insecurity, no doubt that there's food deserts across the country in various locations. But I was wondering when I went through this, if this committee will adequately address the problems of our residents, or could it be addressed in a different way? That's my question. The deliverables appear to be almost entirely in the form of information, and I'm wondering how that information is going to get to the city, and how's the city in the end going to leverage that information for the benefit of our residents? So basically, that's what my questions.
So I don't know how good the work will be that they develop. If they develop what they're saying they're developing, they proactively let us know when the deliverables are done and email it to us, so we don't have to constantly check, hey, is that done, but actually proactively send stuff to us. It could be valuable in terms of understanding the two aspects. So one, from a social services standpoint, all the available resources for tackling food insecurity, right? I think we have a good grasp, at least locally with ACTS and our food banks. Maybe there's something we're missing that from a larger standpoint that they could let us know about. I'm not sure. I can't say definitively whether that's the case or not. And then number two, the agricultural sector and base that potentially we could leverage with whatever grocery we bring to the city to bring healthy food products to our residents. That can help us in the planning. So those are the potential two valuable deliverables that we could get from this. And then whether we can use this money for other purposes. I had put in for a grant from the federal government for a grant to support a grocer analysis that could include kind of that agricultural analysis itself. So potentially this money, if we wanted to spend it on food security, we could shift it towards that. But if I get the grant money, then I already have federal money to do it. So it wouldn't be necessary to use this money. We can also use ARPA for that purpose or existing city budget for that purpose. So I'm not sure, again, I can't speak to how good their work is going to be and how helpful it will be for the city until I see examples of what I did send an email to them just to kind of get a feel for whether they would, they would proactively get us information. I didn't get the response before I finalized this agenda, but they did respond afterwards and said that they would be proactive in making sure that we...
Well, I also have a couple more questions you can send to them. Is it possible to observe the performance of this committee for a while prior to joining?
I don't have the bandwidth for...
I'm sorry?
I said I could not do that. Yeah. Oh, I think what you're saying is before we accept the dues this year.
Take a wait
you're
and
saying,
see.
Yeah, wait and see what the committee
Yeah.
does this year, and then maybe jump on
Yeah,
in FY23.
and I meant that to be a question for the committee,
Yeah.
not so much
Yeah, so
for
do we have to
you.
join in FY22 or can we join? in the
Can we
future?
wait and take a wait and see? And the reason I asked is because I did a little math, and Fairfax, I have a problem with the contribution levels. Fairfax County is 66 times larger than Manassas Park, but Manassas Park is being asked to pay 19 times the per capita participation cost as Fairfax County. 19 times, but yet they're 66 times larger than we are. Also, I looked up what the COG dues were. The cost of this committee on a yearly basis is $10,000. That's almost what we pay for COG for all of our dues. It's like $13,706. So is there negotiation room here with COG? I mean,
But I agree.
how can they justify that 10,000?
Question, because
Yeah.
that's from a ratio standpoint, you're absolutely right. The smaller localities are being asked to pay a lot more.
Yeah. And why for 10,000 for one committee when our whole COG dues are 13,706?
I think this is the COG dues, the
What are
large
you doing with the money?
jurisdictions pay a much larger share.
Okay.
So normally it's like that, the large jurisdictions are asked to pay a lot more, but for some reason with this one, it was a very low number for larger jurisdictions.
Okay,
I'm not understanding
so ask them if we can negotiate, ask them the justification for that.
The issue is they need a response by tonight, so after this, well, actually, I mean, they needed it by September 7th, but I guess on September 8th. Essentially the decision is, if you want to wait, then we're gonna say no to them and say, but we haven't given up completely, we wanna evaluate your performance and then consider joining in the future. But they wanna know who's in or out by today, really. So there's no real more time for questions, it's just, but if you're not inclined to join them, I recommend telling them that and say, we wanna evaluate your performance before we decide to join this committee.
Yeah. And I don't want to monopolize the conversation, please,
No, it
questions.
sounds like you have a point.
Okay.
Well, when I read this, first of all, $7,500 is a big shock to the system to be on a committee. And then I kept thinking, well, why are we doing a report, or they are doing a report, when you already have cooperative extension, you already have farm bureaus that you can reach out to find out the agriculture part of it. There are all these nonprofits in the area, secular down to faith-based, that feeds folks. So I'm just kind of scratching my head, and along the lines of you, Madam Mayor, scratching my head of what am I getting out of it? Because I really, just seems like $7,500 is a lot of money to get some documentation.
Yeah. Well, and it's 10,000 per year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and our COG dues are 13,706.
So we're looking at 23,000 if we would go total bill.
Grossly unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah. And ask them also why. Oh, well, there's no time to ask a
No real
question.
time, so they're really
Okay.
looking, if you saw, I didn't really have a recommendation on this agenda.
Okay.
I was asked to bring this to you all, so I did. I fulfilled my duty on that part, and so now they just want to hear from you all
Yeah.
if there's interest.
I'm curious why this is the only committee that's charging a yearly fee. I mean, all the other committees are covered under our COG dues, are they not?
Yeah.
Well, we have a COG rep right
We
here.
do.
Yes. Are all of our other committees covered
I'm
under?
not, I'm new to the COG, but I serve on other committees. I don't serve on this particular committee.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not sure why this one is charging a fee
amount.
above and beyond the membership fee.
Okay. But are all of our other committees covered under our 13,706?
As I know it, yes. I know the committee that I serve on, the Equity Committee,
Okay.
it is.
Okay, and I know the Transportation Committee that I serve on is covered by the
That's
13,706.
currently we get billed, that's the only thing we get billed for.
I'm sorry?
That's the only thing we get billed for right now from COG is that 13,000.
The 13,706.
So same with the air quality.
And I'm on
We
the
don't-
climate control.
Yeah, okay.
They're all end up same.
So this is really an aberration when it comes to COG committees. I'm surprised. So, do you have a follow-up? I'm sorry.
No, it's just, I'm scratching my head over the value, the return on investment.
Yeah. Do you have a question? Okay.
So I do have a question on process. So are we just not going to do anything, or are we just going to vote it down and say no? to the item?
My understanding is if we vote it down, that is a vote to observe this committee for a year or 6 months or however long it would be, to see, to keep an eye on their performance.
That would be, yeah.
So I can certainly, when I tell them that you voted to not join this year, that we want to observe what their deliverables look like before we can decide to continue to fund them or to start funding them in the future.
And that's what the vote would be. Gotcha. Makes sense.
Well, then can I send you my questions and you forward it on to them? I mean, if we're not going to join, they still have to answer those questions at some point.
Yeah, before we ever consider funding them.
Right. And I know it's only $10,000 a year, but dollar here, dollar there, it adds up. So. Any other?
Totally agree.
So we're going to take a formal vote or no?
There is.
The only reason why I say that is because I do want to abstain from the vote if we take a vote.
I was going to ask if consensus is sufficient.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the COG asked me to ask the governing body if they want to fund an item, a new due structure just for one committee. I'm asking them if they want to do it. There's clearly they don't want to do it, so.
It's your call, and I mean, you can take a vote if you want, or you can just say, we're going to do this if anyone objects.
Okay, well, let's just do consensus then.
Okay.
Okay. So, Councilmember Javed, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't see the need of this, and with the ARPA funding, we could utilize our own internal program.
Yeah. And you're going to abstain? Okay.
Yes,
and what are your thoughts?
No.
Okay.
No.
No.
And I'm a no, so consensus is no. Okay. Thank you.
I got Preston.
Oh, Preston. I knew I was going to forget about you at some point this evening. My apologies, Preston. Okay.
Mayor?
We have a lot.
Beg your pardon?
Was he a no?
We need to shorten this.
Were you a no or a yes, Preston?
You liked the recess.
No, I like the recess, but we still.
Well, the no's still had it. That's why.
Preston said no.
Yeah, he did.
Okay,
Mayor,
thank you.
Mayor, can I follow up just on a question that was asked if we could go into closed meeting to look at the maps of high crime areas? I can't find any way we could do that. We can only go in for specific threats to public safety, and that's not a specific threat. It's
So
just
basically, you're saying you have to go to us in public meeting.
Right.
That's fine.
If it's going to be presented, it has to be presented in public meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, well.
You don't have to put it up on the thing. You can hand it to us.
I have a problem with that.
Public meeting.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it, but I mean, if we're going to do it, we have to be in a
I'd like
public.
a conversation with
Okay,
you
sure.
afterwards.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
You could always go to the police department.
If you'd like to see it.
Oh, sure. That's
that's-
whatever. I'd like to see the data. Yeah, doesn't have to be in here.
We have it. The police presents it to me in our meeting, so.
Sure.
We have the information. I can show it to you.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I ask something about the agenda? We have a report on the fire and rescue. We heard a lot about fire and rescue tonight. Does that have to happen tonight?
No, both of those do not. Poor Jay's been waiting. I know.
She's always like, no, please, no. No, cut it out.
We can defer that, or if you want to just, you guys have the presentation, you read it.
Yes.
If you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
just send us emails, if you have any questions, we can go that route.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm fine with
fine
us
with it,
reading
too.
sitting.
I love to hear you talk, but.
Oh, yeah, the passion is there.
Not all of us up here agree with that.
We can do that for the other reports as well. The one good thing I will say is that our new superintendent wants to be part of this process too, which is very exciting.
Yes.
That
He
is.
does want to come and brief you also. I'd hate to say, we're stopping that now when we've asked the previous superintendent. to
No,
come
I don't
brief
think
you
we
all.
should stop it. It's just that it's 11:46.
Okay, just for this one instance because we went so
Yeah.
long. Okay.
And some of us have to get up and go to work in the morning.
Right.
So are you going to do the ARPA budget?
Yeah, and I'll be very quick with this. I have the spreadsheets up here if you want to make any manipulations, but there's 3 changes from the city manager recommended ARPA budget. I put that in the agenda here, but I'll go over it again just for the public. The gap funding for the CSA position, which won't be that much now that Randy's reminded me of the funding. Think of it probably as 40% of that amount that I put in this agenda item. 40% of the 37,000 in FY22. The funding of the purchase of the ladder truck, which was approved tonight, that's 389,000. To balance the budget there, I removed the medic unit because we already have that in our CIP at a future year. And then for stormwater, I made the shift of reducing some of the funding for the Russia branch design engineering, but overall increasing the
the culvert project to 1,600,000 of which you saw tonight will likely be used for this, and another 400,000. I really want to analyze these 3 other critical culverts and bring those back to you as options.
Is this correct?
What's that? The
City manager's recommendation on ARPA?
yeah, that's correct. Minus these 3 changes that I
Yes,
just
those 3
made.
changes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not briefing that, but that I just put there as your reminder.
No, it was good.
I have
No,
many
no.
changes.
Sure.
I have the city manager draft ARPA budget here. I have the menu of options budget. It's up to you guys. Again, we'll have 3.5 years to keep amending
right.
this budget and manipulating, changing line items here and there. So we have plenty of cracks at it, but we're advertising a budget amendment in the newspaper this Friday. I put this amount plus 1 million. You'll see, to give you all a cushion if you want to add anything else, but you'll see in that advertisement that the actual amount matches the request that I'm making here for FY22. And again, every time we do a budget amendment, feel free to amend or even when we're not doing the budget amendment, feel free to bring up the ARPA budget again. We can pull up the spreadsheet. If you guys want to make any changes, we can keep amending it and then adjust it in the later budget amendments in future fiscal years. So we have plenty of cracks at this. My recommendation again is to start off slow in 22. Let's see what we really want to do. And then 23, that's the magical budget year for a lot of reasons, but I think that's where we should really finally make the decision. What do we really want to use this ARPA money on now that we've had a lot of time to evaluate all this? But I do have the spreadsheets here. If you want to make any adjustments to this plan, please feel free to let me know which cells you would like to go ahead and adjust, and then I can go ahead and adjust that for the next meeting for the budget amendment.
May I suggest that we not adjust it this evening since it's so late, and that we just think about it very carefully and send an email?
I would like, though, a budget or a vote tonight, at least on the
Yes,
ARPA
of
budget,
course,
if we can.
of course.
And then, because I have to bring the FY22 budget amendment for you on September 21st, along with the appropriations for Q2. So I would like us to be able to appropriate ARPA money for FY22 in this next round.
Yeah, no, that's fine, and we'll gladly do this. I just think that, like you said, we can continue to amend it. Yeah, so we're not behind the 8 ball. Any questions? Nope, everybody's brain dead. Okay. Okay, staff recommendation is that the governing body adopt an ARPA budget number 1 with further amendments to be made in the future as needed. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. That the governing body direct city manager to incorporate the ARPA budget into future city budgets, including an FY22 budget amendment.
Moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Last, the governing body direct the city manager to incorporate the FY22 ARPA budget spending into the Q2 appropriations request.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you very much. And city manager's report?
Yeah, we're going to skip that.
No report? Good.
I do have one closed meeting item. It's going to be quick, I promise.
Okay, all right.
Very quick.
And we are omitting 10A and 10B for this evening. Is
Yeah,
that
just
correct?
feel free to send us any emails and
Okay,
if
absolutely.
you want,
Do you want to?
Down.
Press the drive down.
Get in the car.
Yeah.
Start coming.
Yeah, I mean, we need you to be in person for a vote. I mean, if you don't have to come down if you don't want, but if you want to vote, we need you here. Because I'm going to have a motion after closed meeting, hopefully, that we'll get a vote.
What?
What's that?
Was that an okay?
Do sign
Okay, I'm on my way.
Oh, okay,
thank
good.
you.
Okay.
Do you want to read us into closed session?
I will do that. I recommend the governing body go into closed meeting to consult with the city attorney regarding a proposed settlement of litigation related to the city's use of eminent domain for the acquisition of Lot 1A Connor Center for the new city hall, public parking, and a public road pursuant to paragraph 7 of subsection 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia.
You want our phones?
Do we have a
Yeah, I'm going to go
motion?
get the basket here.
Do we have a motion?
Also moved. So.
And second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained, motion carries. Thank you. We'll go into